Chapter 1576. At the center of the Western Pure Lands, there was a Buddhist temple. Lights were lit up, and seven-colored radiance shrouded the temple. The Dipankara ancient Buddha arrived here and bowed towards the temple. This was where the master of the Western Pure Lands, one of the two Buddhist patriarchs, Amitabha, resided. No sound came from within the temple towards the Dipankara ancient Buddha's request. Only a 12-petaled green lotus flew out and landed in front of the Dipankara ancient Buddha. "My Buddha is merciful." The Dipankara ancient Buddha thanked and climbed onto the 12-petaled green lotus. The lotus then brought him out of the Western Pure Lands and into the void's outskirts. Then it started rising again, as if it was heading towards a place even higher than the void's outskirts. The Dipankara ancient Buddha sat on the 12-petaled green lotus. He remained silent as his thoughts drifted. During the time of the Great Calamity, he had also walked the same path towards the same destination. It was just that what he was going to do this time was different. The green lotus platform carried the ancient Dipankara Buddha, Gao Sheng, and gradually approached a place. The location was hard to determine, and its traces were hard to locate. It was like an illusory, immortal world. An old friend has come to visit. I wonder if Taoist Xiandu is here? After a while, the Dipankara ancient Buddha's eyes lit up. The immortal world suddenly opened up in front of his eyes, and he had already been guided inside. Spirit flowers and mystical herbs were densely packed within, and divine birds and beasts were everywhere. Amidst the waterfall of orchids, there was an ordinary-looking palace. A plaque hung on the palace's door, with the words Tishita Palace written on it. Although it seemed ordinary, it was filled with Tao. The higher one's cultivation was, the more they would be able to comprehend boundless profundities from it. A child stood at the entrance of the palace and bowed towards the Dipankara ancient Buddha. "Young master is waiting in the side hall." "Ancient Buddha, please head over." "All right." The Dipankara ancient Buddha nodded and descended the green lotus, following the child into the palace. When they arrived at a side hall, there was already someone sitting on a cushion. It was the grand clear lineage bigwig, great Taoist Xiandu. Both sides were familiar with each other since the ancient epoch, and they often came into contact. During the great calamity of this era, there was even some friction between them. However, the ancient Dipankara Buddha seemed to have completely forgotten about the great calamity. With a peaceful expression, he said with some nostalgia, "It's been a long time since I came to the Tishita Palace. How's the Elder Lord? Is fellow Taoist Xuandu all right?" He took a meditation cushion and placed it in front of the great Taoist Master Xiandu. Then he sat opposite him. Great Taoist Master Xiandu did not mention much about what happened back then. He said calmly, "Of course you're fine. I'm useless. I'm just muddling along." "Fellow Taoist Xiandu, you're too humble." The ancient Dipankara Buddha smiled and said, "You have a profound understanding of creation. You can stir up thunder in silence, and you can see the truth in the ordinary. You have received the teachings of the Lao Jun, and you have gone further and higher than many people. What you owe is just a few opportunities." A brocade box appeared in the perfect Buddhist light above his head. Ancient Buddha Randang took out the brocade box and placed it on the ground. He pushed it to a place where great Taoist Master Xiandu could reach. "It just so happens that I've obtained something in the past few years. Perhaps I can lend you a hand." Great Taoist Master Xiandu looked at the brocade box, and his eyelids twitched slightly. He reached out to pick up the brocade box and opened it. The treasure light shone on great Taoist Master Xiandu's face. Great Taoist Master Xiandu's expression did not change, but he remained silent for the time being. A moment later, he took out a copper bell and shook it gently. A Tao child immediately entered the side hall. "Little master, what instructions do you have?" "If master doesn't have any instructions, go and bring the treasure stored in Pavilion A5 here," said great Taoist Master Xiandu. The Tao child responded and retreated. Great Taoist Master Xiandu closed the brocade box and placed it on the ground in front of him again. He did not look at it anymore. Ancient Buddha Randang smiled and did not take back the brocade box. The side hall fell silent. After a while, the Tao child returned with a wooden box and handed it to great Taoist Master Xiandu. Master doesn't have any instructions. Ancient Buddha Randang smiled. Thank you, Grand Supreme Elder. Thank you, fellow Taoist Xiandu. Great Taoist Master Xiandu took the wooden box and handed it to Ancient Buddha Randang. I won't thank you, fellow Taoist Randang. In that case, I'll take my leave now. Fellow Taoist Xiandu, I won't trouble you to send me off. Ancient Buddha Randang's smile did not diminish. He put away the wooden box, left behind the brocade box, and stood up to leave. Just as he was about to leave the Tishita Palace, Ancient Buddha Randang suddenly slowed down and asked, fellow Taoist Xiandu, is the person who went to the Jade Void Palace fellow Taoist Hutu? Great Taoist Master Xiandu answered calmly, that's right. The immortal vanquishing sword that fellow Taoist Hutu threw out and attracted our attention. Does it belong to her, or does it come from the Tishita Palace? Ancient Buddha Randang asked softly, can you tell me? Great Taoist Master Xiandu said, it came from this palace. Ancient Buddha Randang seemed to be deep in thought and did not ask further. He bade farewell and left. After leaving the Tishita Palace, he ascended the 12-petal green lotus and left. After Ancient Buddha Randang left, great Taoist Master Xiandu quietly looked at the brocade box on the ground in the side hall. There was an additional person on the meditation cushion opposite him. It was a woman with a graceful and luxurious aura. The woman in luxurious clothes had already changed her appearance. Fan cloud crown, water gown, silk ribbon around the waist, hemp shoes on his feet. It was Yang Jian, Yang Erlang. You've met Luya? What was the result? Great Taoist Master Xiandu asked. Yang Jian answered, he's tempted. It should work. The great Master Xiandu nodded. He needs the kindling demonic spirit in the Jade Mirage glazed lamp and uses the Devil of Fire to complete his plan. Besides, even if he keeps the zither, he can't guarantee his safety. After all, he can't be sure that the body of the Devil of Fire of this generation is in the Astro Mountain Star Sea. In the primordial era, he became a demon. In the ancient era, he entered the Tao. In the medieval era, he became a Buddha. In the modern era, he became a devil. 4 Taos in a row. That would be the end of him. I wonder what his final opportunity would be. Yang Jian turned his gaze to the brocade box on the ground. However, with this treasure, you won't be slower than him, right? Having been in the Tishita Palace for many years, Yang Jian had gradually come to understand this martial uncle who had always kept a low profile. Just as ancient Buddha Randang had said, those who were good at fighting did not have outstanding achievements. The great Taoist Master Xiandu had seen the truth in an ordinary manner and had inherited the Grand Supreme Elder's teachings. Perhaps he could not compare to the great Emperor Ziwei in a battle, and he was inferior to the great sage, Heaven's equal, and the others. However, the great Taoist Master Xiandu's Tao techniques were profound. From a certain perspective, it was not easy. It's still too early to say. Great Taoist Master Xiandu also looked at the brocade box on ground. Randang was earlier than us. When the ancient times and the Middle Ages intersected, he had already combined the lights from the Jade Mirage Palace and the 8 Scenic Palace. He had made preparations long ago. However, didn't we catch up to him? Who knows if we will follow in his footsteps and waste our time? I wonder what ancient Buddha Randang wants from the Tishita Palace. Yang Jian asked. Great Taoist Master Xiandu said slowly, he wants to exchange it for a relic left behind by Buddha Gautama. Chapter 1577. A relic of Buddha Sakyamuni. Yang Jian pondered. After Sun Wukong's golden body reappeared in the world, I remember that the Grand Supreme Elder once mentioned it. Is Sakyamuni of the Great Lane Temple of the spiritual mountain transformed from Taoist Zhuan-Ti, one of the 2 ancestors of the Western sect? Great Taoist Master Xiandu nodded. That's right. Although I had guessed it long ago, I only confirmed it then. Yang Jian looked enlightened. The person who wants the relic is not the ancient Buddha Dipankara, but Kong Xian? If I'm not wrong, that should be the case. Great Taoist Master Xiandu answered. Yang Jian asked, how many relics are there? Great Taoist Master Xian Du said, "According to Grandmaster, there should be 5. I wonder how many Kong Xian has now." Yang Jian suddenly smiled. Ancient Buddha Dipankara can't be so kind as to help him gather them, right? However, it's very likely that he used this to exchange for Mama Yuri's help. Great Taoist Master Xian Du said slowly, "Between the demons and the Buddhists, Mahamayuri has always been neutral. However, 49 years ago, he suddenly stopped the demons. It's very likely because of this." As he spoke, Great Taoist Master Xian Du looked at Yang Jian. Therefore, Mahamayuri might still attack in the battle of the immortal extermination ancient sword. Yang Jian smiled. During the ancient God-confirmed battle, he was a zenith heaven and I was a great void immortal. Ever since then, I have not had the chance to fight. If we really meet again, I would like to give it a try. I'm afraid that the Tao ancestors will not give me a chance and want to capture me first. No one can doubt your talent and strength. However, although Mama Yuri is not your nemesis, the 5-color divine light is extremely domineering. Especially after he entered the Buddhist sect, his strength has increased to another level. You still have to be careful. Great Taoist Master Xian Du said, "You created the 8-9 arcane art. No one else can provide you with experience. You can only rely on yourself. You have to be more cautious." Yang Jian nodded. "I understand. Thank you for your advice, Uncle Master Xian Du." After saying that, he stood up and bade farewell. After watching him leave, Great Taoist Master Xian Du continued to sit in the side hall. He looked at the brocade box on the ground and remained silent for a long time. After exiting the Tishita Palace, the ancient Dipankara Buddha did not directly return to the Western Pure Lands. Instead, he stopped in the boundless void's outskirts. After a while, someone appeared in the void. It was a Buddha, filled with wisdom and compassion. After seeing the ancient Dipankara Buddha, he nodded, "Ancient Buddha, it seems like you have succeeded." The Dipankara ancient Buddha nodded and smiled as well. "It's a worthwhile trip." Next, we still have Bodhisattva Lai to instruct fellow Taoist Golden Light to help us pass a message to the Astro Mountain Starry Seas. The deity of Golden Light, an ancient mutated species, the Golden Fur Ho, had entered Taoism to cultivate. During the investiture of the God's era, he had also listened to the lectures of the prime, clear Lingbao Tianzuan. However, during the investiture of the gods, he was captured by the Jade, clear lineage's bigwig, the compassionate enlightened master, and became his mount. After the compassionate spiritual master joined Buddhism and became the Guanyin Bodhisattva, the Golden Light deity was also forced to join Buddhism. At this moment, the Buddha in front of the Dipankara ancient Buddha was the Jade, clear bigwig of the past, and the current Buddhist Bani, the Guanyin Bodhisattva. Although he was referred to as a Bodhisattva, it was different from how Taoism addressed Buddhist Banis. In terms of cultivation, the Guanyin Bodhisattva was a Taoism heavenly lord. After joining Buddhism, he attained enlightenment and was a bona fide grand heavenly realm expert. In fact, ever since the Middle Era, he had been studying under the Western Pure Lands Amitabha Buddha. He was known as the righteous Dharma enlightened Buddha, or the Dharma nature Tathagata enlightened Buddha, or Amitabha Bodhisattva. He was one of the Amitabha Buddha's proudest disciples. The Guanyin Bodhisattva was his incarnation in the central blessed lands of Saha. After the Gautama Buddha transcended, the Maitreya Buddha changed the central blessed lands of Saha into the blessed lands of the White Lotus. After the Guanyin Bodhisattva and the other Buddhas left, he returned to the Western Pure Lands. After hearing the Dipankara ancient Buddha's words, the Guanyin Bodhisattva asked, "Ancient Buddha, you mean to contact some fellow Taoists of the demon race without affecting the fight for the humanly essence stone fragment?" "That's right." The Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled and nodded. The Guanyin Bodhisattva revealed a compassionate expression and sighed. "Is it for the 3 clear lineage?" "That's right, Taoist." The Dipankara ancient Buddha answered, "While we, the heretics and the demon race, are not willing to give in to each other, it has given the 3 clear lineage an opportunity to reap the benefits. Especially now. 3 of the immortal, exterminating 4 swords have fallen into his hands. At a critical juncture, the entire situation might change if he is not careful. Hence, we have to do something. I believe the demon race would have the same opinion as well. The Dipankara ancient Buddha said, "The indestructible Vajra Buddha and the others are in a hurry. There's no need to disturb them. Let's just continue. Hence, let's change our approach. Let's ask the Golden Light Immortal to help us talk to the demon race fellow Taoists who are still in the Astro Mountain starry seas." Then he smiled. The 3 clear lineage has obtained the great sage equaling heaven's golden body, and he can even manifest his true body. However, it's only temporary. After snatching the immortal, exterminating ancient sword, he needs to recuperate. This way, we can act without alerting the Buddha. The Guanyin Bodhisattva remained silent for a moment. Then, she nodded and said, "Ancient Buddha, please wait for a moment. I'll summon the Golden Light Immortal here." "Thank you, Bodhisattva." The Dipankara ancient Buddha placed his palms together. Within the awakened sky cosmos, within the sky beyond skies, on the broad Creed Mountain, Yin Zhaoge sat within the pill hall's purple divine pavilion, closing his eyes and cultivating. Suddenly, he felt something in his heart. It wasn't because of his own cultivation, but the feedback from the pill hall. Yin Zhaoge's mind seemed to have fused with the pill hall. His thoughts extended towards the vast awakened sky cosmos, coming in contact with the cosmos boundaries. He felt as if he was within the boundless void. His surroundings were vast and boundless, as if he was within a boundless ocean. Suddenly, Yin Zhaoge felt the surrounding seawater starting surging towards him. Towering waves rose, crashing towards him one after another. It was as if a storm had arisen in the faraway sea, resulting in a tsunami. As the waves surged, they started affecting him as well. Something's not right. Yin Zhaoge's heart sank. Within the boundless void's outskirts, such a large-scale fluctuation wasn't common. However, today wasn't the first time. It wasn't only limited to the awakened sky cosmos. The Tao universe, where the world beyond worlds was located, the immortal court, the blessed lands of the White Lotus, and other places might have experienced it before. However, according to Yin Zhaoge's knowledge, such situations should only originate from a single direction. From afar, it would gradually affect the awakened sky cosmos. Now, he could clearly feel that the tsunami-like spatial turbulence didn't originate from the same direction. Yin Zhaoge's consciousness retreated from the pill hall and started pondering. Such actions, is someone trying to find us? Chapter 1578. While they could not be considered to be surrounded by waves from all directions, Yin Zhaoge's intuition told him that the incoming tsunami was not of this scale. As time elapsed, the surging waves would only become more ferocious until they covered every direction and completely surrounded the awakened sky cosmos within a certain region. When that happened, all the tsunamis would be squeezed toward the center, and the awakened sky cosmos would have nowhere to hide. It would be exposed to the enemy's field of vision. The awakened sky cosmos wasn't stationary. Instead, it was constantly on the move. However, the tsunami that was stirring up in space-time was too violent and swift. Furthermore, there was more than one source. The source of the tsunami seemed to be mobile. Thus, they were able to constantly change their direction and search for the awakened sky cosmos. Of course, the void in the outer realm was too vast. Be it the awakened sky cosmos or the source of these tsunamis, they were both insignificant. If the other party wanted to encircle the awakened sky cosmos, they would need to at least have a starting point and a rough area. Only then would they be able to form an initial encirclement. Then, they would be able to make use of the tsunamis to shake the void and find the exact location of the awakened sky cosmos. Of those who previously left, some are currently returning. Now they're being targeted. Yin Zhaoge's thoughts moved slightly, and he roughly understood the reason. Who left the awakened sky cosmos recently? Within the awakened sky cosmos, there were many people traveling in and out of the sky beyond skies, the roving jade heavens and the jade spring heavens. However, Due to the orthodox Taoism's current situation and the unique nature of the awakened sky cosmos, anyone who wanted to enter or exit the awakened sky cosmos or the void's outskirts would have to report to the pill hall. This would make it easier for them to communicate with each other, and it would also make it easier for the pill hall to receive them when they return to the awakened sky cosmos. There is a limit to the number of people who could leave the awakened sky cosmos and head to the outer realms. Hence, it wasn't difficult to record them down. Our sky beyond skies, green sky, mountains, grave, thunder palaces, old palace, Lord Lu, roving jade heavens, scenery peaks, flowing heavens, old Mr. Long, jade spring heavens, cold star mountains, tranquil rock caves, rain sovereign, and Fangzhan mountains, mountain lord Xian emperor. Hearing Yin Zhao's question, Ahu immediately reported the name list. Among those who had left the awakened sky cosmos, there was Lu Jinggu of the sky beyond heaven, Long Xingquan of the roving jade heaven, Tong Xinlin of the jade spring heaven, and another newly advanced leakless true immortal, Emperor Xian. In the jade spring heaven, Mount Fangzhan and Mount Hanshan had always been on good terms. After Emperor Xian ascended to the celestial state and stabilized his state, he went out to travel again to look for opportunities. Tong Xinlin was asked by him to help. Find someone to inform them separately. Contact those who can be contacted as soon as possible. Yin Zhaoge instructed, ask them not to return to the awakened sky cosmos for now. I'll try to contact the southern extremity longevity emperor and the incongruence divine mother for now. Also, invite my mother and senior martial brother Su to the purple divine pavilion. Ahu nodded in agreement and hurriedly left. After a while, Xue Chuqing and Su Fei arrived at the purple divine pavilion. Zhaoge, what's wrong? There are people outside looking for us, Yin Zhaoge answered simply. The other party has come with great momentum this time and will not be easy to deal with. We have to deal with them carefully. I'm going to shift the pill hall on a large scale later on. Mother, help me hold the line. Senior apprentice brother Su, stay by my side. If there's any huge commotion, help me calm the situation in the sky beyond heavens. As he said this, dense mist arose from Yin Zhaoge's body. Within the purple divine pavilion, streams of light intertwined like chains and landed on the profound sky, purple golden furnace in front of Yin Zhaoge. The lid of the huge cauldron opened. Young master, I've managed to contact them. Ahu returned. The roving jade heavens Mr. Dragon is about to return. After receiving the news, Mr. Dragon stopped and went somewhere else. He's waiting for the southern extremity longevity emperor and the incongruence divine mother to receive him. Yin Zhaoge said, that's good. He leaped up and entered the profound sky purple golden furnace, closing the lid. Senior apprentice brother Su, Pan Pan, and the others need a rest. They can't manifest the golden body of the great sage to fight against others. Should I go out? Said Feng Yinsheng softly within Yin Zhaoge's right pupil. If the other party dares to make such a move, they must be prepared against our Taoism's heavenly immortals. Not only you, but even Senior Saw, the incongruence divine mother, and the others shouldn't make a move. Yin Zhaoge said, not targeting anyone below the grand heavenly realm is the Tao ancestors' tacit understanding. If you show yourselves, it'll be hard to predict. Moreover, even if the Amitabha Buddha and the East Sovereign don't make a move, the other party's preparations should be sufficient. He smiled. With such a huge movement, I wouldn't dare to come if I don't settle my worries first. Even if the two heretic sects are still fighting, I'm afraid that the Western Pure Lands and the demon race have reached a temporary agreement to suppress us first. As he spoke, Yin Zhaoge's soul left his body, leaving behind an empty shell. His mind had completely merged with the pill hall. The awakened sky overseer, awakened sky protector, broad benevolence God's image gradually manifested within the awakened sky cosmos. The speed and flexibility of the entire awakened sky cosmos, spatial, shifting increased by another level. Under Yin Zhaoge's control, the awakened sky cosmos was like a nimble fish. It traversed through the ocean waves and nimbly avoided the undercurrents and massive waves. Although he was avoiding the tsunami and walking in the opposite direction, Yin Zhaoge didn't let his guard down. An empty space didn't mean that there weren't any tsunamis. Instead, the source might be further away, and the tsunami hadn't managed to surround them yet. Many sources pushed the tsunamis towards the center. However, before they reached a certain range, there would still be some distance between the sources and the tsunamis. After all, the vast void was too vast. As such, a gap might be left behind, akin to the gap between two fishing nets. Yin Zhaoge and the others had to avoid the fishing nets. Before the fishing nets completely surrounded them, they had to leave first. After breaking out of the encirclement, the awakened sky cosmos quickly returned to normal. Not only was the previous state exhausting, but it also couldn't be sustained for long. At the same time, the awakened sky cosmos itself was like the source of the tsunami, which was easily noticed by others. Yin Zhaoge's soul returned to his body. He opened his eyes and exited the profound sky purple golden furnace. There are so many fishing nets. There should be at least 10 of them, or even more. The other party gathered their experts, and even had to be wary of our Taoism's heavenly immortals. They shouldn't be searching for people. Otherwise, they would have mobilized too many people, said Su Fei, if they're relying on some sort of treasure. Shui Chuqing fell in a deep thought. Yeah, I thought of one as well. Yin Zhaoge stroked his chin. He and Shui Chuqing looked at each other and said in unison, the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the sea calming pearl. During the ancient investitures of the gods era, Taoism's prime, clear bigwig, Zhao Gongming, possessed 24 sea calming pearls. After that, Zhao Gongming encountered a tribulation and entered the heavenly court's divine palace. As for his sea calming pearl, it fell into the hands of the Dipankara ancient Buddha, who was known as the Dipankara Taoist. These 24 sea calming pearls could manifest the 24 heavens. They were extremely heavy and contained the profundities of space and time. They were perfect for trapping the awakened sky cosmos. Chapter 1579. Just like Daolord Luya's position in the demon race, the Dipankara ancient Buddha's position in the Western Pure Lands was similar. Most of the time, Amitabha Buddha was peaceful. The Western Pure Lands' external affairs were mostly handled by the Dipankara ancient Buddha. He was practically the second in command of the Western Pure Lands. Under normal circumstances, he rarely appeared, just like Daolord Luya. Even during the war between the Western Pure Lands and the demon race, he rarely participated in it. However, the top 3 bigwigs of the Orthodox Buddhism finally came out personally. His target wasn't the demon race or the blessed lands of the White Lotus, but the awakened sky cosmos. The sea calming pearl. What a great item. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. However, other than the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the sea calming pearl, there might be other experts working together. He, Shui Chuqing, and Shui Fei looked at each other. The same name appeared in their minds. Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. Due to Yin Zhaoge and the others killing Fluazi with the Immortal Extermination Formation, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles had always held a grudge against his son. Although the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles would be fighting against the Western Pure Lands Buddhas most of the time, he wouldn't let go of the chance to locate the awakened sky cosmos. In terms of spatial transformations, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles' speed was unrivaled among the grand heavenly realm. With him and the Dipankara ancient Buddha working together, it was no wonder such a huge commotion could be caused. If not for the fact that Yin Zhaoge had always been cautious, having detected it at the first possible moment and reacted immediately, he would probably have been surrounded by the other party this time. As long as Senior Long and the others receive the incongruence Divine Mother, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the others, we won't have to worry anymore, said Su Fei. A grand heavenly realm expert would appear out of nowhere. Without a doubt, the possibility of others intercepting them would be much lower. If they made contact with the awakened sky cosmos, they would be able to send Long, Xingquan, and the others back. Most importantly, it would be inconvenient for us to enter the awakened sky cosmos in the future. It'd be hard for us to head to the void's boundless outskirts. Otherwise, we might be targeted just like this time. Shui Chuqing sighed. The Dipankara ancient Buddha, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, and even more grand heavenly realm experts are keeping an eye on him. It's very difficult for someone who hasn't reached the grand heavenly realm to conceal their tracks when surrounded by enemies. Even among the grand heavenly realm experts, the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles were the cream of the crop. Such a top powerhouse's deterrence was not only reflected in a head-on battle, but also in all aspects. Bit by bit, it made people feel as if they were everywhere, giving people a suffocating pressure. In the past, they had always been at odds with each other. Therefore, when they clashed with each other, the orthodox Taoism's activities were much more relaxed. However, even though the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court were still locked in battle, the Western Pure Lands and the demon race had reached a certain degree of compromise. As such, the situation of the Taoist heirs became tense. The reason why Yin Zhaoge had forged the information regarding the Tai Nirvana, Heavenly Lord, and the humanly essence stone fragment in the past was to incite a war between the enemies of the two factions, so that his orthodox Taoism could have more time and space to develop. Back then, by a stroke of luck, they had really discovered the remains of the Tai Nirvana Lord and the humanly essence stone fragment. As a result, the two heretic sects had a great war and had been entangled with each other until now. To Yin Zhaoge and the others, this situation could not be any more ideal. However, the good days seemed to be coming to an end. With the immortal extermination formation diagram and the three ancient swords returning to orthodox Taoism, the immortal extermination formation might reappear within the world. Even Taoist Luya and the other demon race great sages felt pressured. As such, they accepted the Dipankara Buddha's suggestion to suppress Yin Zhaoge and the others first. How ironic! Xue Fei shook his head. Due to the war between the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus, the Western Pure Lands indestructible Vajrabuddha is currently leading a group of Buddhist Bantis against a group of demon race great sages. Currently, the indestructible Vajrabuddha and the others were still fighting, while the Dipankara Buddha, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, and the others had opened up a second battlefield at the same time. Then came a scene both absurd and serious. On the other side of the battlefield, the Buddhas of the Western Pure Land and the great sages of the demon race were locked in a fierce battle. On the other side of the battlefield, there was another group of Buddhist supremacies and great demons working together to surround and search for the Tao sect's heir. There's nothing wrong with the demon race's reaction. Yin Zhaoge said, "This is what a normal person would do. The immortal extermination formation might reappear in the world." Suan Mingzhong and Feng Yunxiang had successively transcended the origin heavenly tribulation, and the orthodox Taoism had gained two grand heavenly immortals. Yin Zhaoge created the fallen deity sword, and his cultivation was getting stronger and stronger. The three golden bodies of the great sage presided over the awakened sky cosmos. Every once in a while, the great sage equaling heaven's true body could be manifested. Moreover, the Ru'i golden cudgel was also in his hands. Within the past 100 years, the Taoism's three clear lineages' prowess had increased at an astounding speed. Such a situation would naturally attract the attention of other forces. To a certain extent, it wasn't impossible for the other forces to temporarily stop fighting and suppress the orthodox Taoism's lineage. However, the Dipankara Buddha and the others must have had other reasons for doing so. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. Let's not talk about whether the other Buddhas of the Western Pure Lands know about this. The Dipankara Buddha most likely knows about the immortal ending sword's whereabouts. What he's doing now is logical, and it's equivalent to helping the immeasurable heavenly Lord by concealing the truth of the immortal ending sword falling into the hands of the Immortal Court. This would further numb our senses and force us to walk right into their trap. Of course, they would be even happier if they managed to find us this time. Xue Chuqing sighed. Under such circumstances, we're even more eager to obtain the immortal ending sword to reappear the immortal exterminating formation. Still, how are we supposed to search for the sword 49 years later if the situation is still as tense as before? Su Fei frowned. By then, Wouldn't we become even more suspicious if we let our guard down instead? Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. If we don't know that the immortal ending sword is in the immortal court, we would have to do something to obtain an opportunity for ourselves in order to search for the sword. The others nodded silently. The other party only needed to go along with the flow. If Yin Zhaoge and the others didn't do anything and didn't try their best to obtain an opportunity, it would be equivalent to telling the other party that they already knew that the immortal ending sword was a trap. At the end of the day, everyone was just acting to see who was more realistic. To Yin Zhaoge and the others, the disadvantage was that if the other party realized that they had already seen through the trap, the immeasurable heavenly lord could just give up on setting up this trap. To him, it would be a pity if he couldn't obtain the immortal exterminating formation. However, Yin Zhaoge and the others had even less hope of obtaining the immortal ending sword. Snatching something from a Tao ancestor head-on was undoubtedly harder than ascending to the heavens. Making use of the bait that the other party had set up was their only chance. Life is like a play, and it all depends on one's acting skills. It's time to compete in acting skills again. Yin Zhaoge slapped his head. Chapter 1580. In other words, we have to find a reason for them to relax their encirclement on the awakened sky cosmos. They might even neglect the threat of us gathering the immortal exterminating four swords to a certain extent. Shui Chuqing said, as for the heretics and the Western Pure Lands, they might not necessarily believe it. However, as long as the reason seems sufficient on the surface, they will just go with the flow and pretend to relax the pressure on us, hoping to lure the snake out of its hole. She frowned slightly. Such a reason isn't easy to find. How many existences beneath the Tao realm could rival the immortal exterminating formation? Not only were there few existences beneath the Tao realm that could rival the immortal exterminating formation. Shui Fei frowned as well. We can't let junior apprentice Sister Sikong and the others take the risk, right? To the immeasurable heavenly lord, the missing heavenly essence stone fragment was much more important than the humanly essence stone fragment he was fighting for against the future Buddha. If we really have no other choice, we can only sell Gaohan. Yin Zhaoge shrugged. Those who sell others will always sell themselves. I believe that the exalted solar luminary would understand. Shui Chuqing and Shui Fei looked at him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You should be more serious at this moment. All right, even without the heavenly essence stone fragment, we still have some ideas. Yin Zhaoge said, only we still have to ask the incongruence Divine Mother and the others to verify it. Shui Chuqing went into deep thought. Some prime clear lineage's relic? According to what you said, the Jade Illusory Palace should be in the sky. The roving Jade Palace should be in the same situation as well, right? Who can be so sure without actually entering it? Yin Zhaoge smiled. He stood up and walked out of the pill hall. He looked at the changing clouds and the faraway horizon. No matter what, we have to finish our act. Let's patiently pass through these 49 years and wait for the right time for them to release the bait. When that time comes, whether we break the hook and swallow the bait, or get caught by them, or get caught in one fell swoop, it would all depend on our own abilities. Shui Fei and Shui Chuqing stood beside him and nodded. Within the Astro Mountain's starry seas, radiance shrouded the grand plainness heaven. A dot of golden-red fiery light rose from the propping mulberry divine tree and continued ascending. It flew towards the ethereal spirit palace that seemed to be an infinitely high place within the grand plainness heaven's void. In Emperor Dong's palace in the field of Chestnut Eastern Monarch Tai's residence was here. The golden flame flew into the field of Chestnut and manifested the appearance of immortal Luya. He came to the outside of Emperor Dong's palace but did not enter. Instead, he bowed to the ancient and majestic palace and said, Your Majesty, please tell me where the Tushita Palace is. No one in the palace answered. Only the sound of a bell rang out. Then a gust of wind appeared beneath Tao Lord Luya's feet, lifting him up and sending him out of the plains of Chestnut, out of the grand essence heaven, out of the Astro Mountain starry sea, and into the endless void outside the domain. Tao Lord Luya's body flashed through the endless void of the Outlands. He seemed to have lost all sense of time as he ascended into an immortal realm. In the fairyland, there was a palace with a simple and ordinary appearance. It was the Tushita Palace. The Taoist child stood at the entrance of the hall and bowed towards Taoist Luya. Taoist Lu, ye has come from afar. Your disciple pays his respects. Are fellow Taoist Xiandu and Hota present? Tao Lord Luya asked. Little old master is in seclusion to refine elixirs. Goddess Hotu is cultivating in the meditation room. She once said that if Tao Lord comes to visit, you can go see her. With that said, the Taoist child led the way. Tao Lord Luya entered the Tushita Palace and followed the Taoist child to a meditation room. In the room, a woman dressed in luxurious clothes sat on a bed. When she saw Tao Lord Luya enter, she stood up and nodded. You're here, Tao Lord. Right beside her, there was an ancient glazed lamp. The speck of light was mysterious and unfathomable, revealing its miraculous nature. Tao Lord Luya entered the meditation room and came to the lamp. He said, Fellow Taoist Hotu, please. I'm here to fulfill my promise. With that said, a zither appeared in his hand. The zither was filled with an ancient aura. When the woman in luxurious clothes looked at it, it was as though she was experiencing the changes of the heavenly Tao. However, the zither only had 4 strings left. The rest were broken. The woman in luxurious clothes was not surprised. She already knew that it was a broken zither. The lamp is here. Please help yourself. You can take the fire seed devil spirit away. However, this lamp needs to be left in the Tushita Palace. Please forgive me, Tao Lord, said the woman in luxurious clothes. It's fine. I understand. Tao Lord Luya turned to look at the lamp flame. In his eyes, there seemed to be flames. They were born from the Khanate world. They were extremely mysterious, like the ancestor of all flames. The illusory jade glass lamp's flame was not affected. It continued to dance on its own. However, inside the lamp, there seemed to be some strange sparks flying out and dancing in the lamp flame. The sparks were restrained by the lamp and could not escape. However, Tao Lord Luya's Khanate fire essence flew out of his eyes and landed on the illusory jade glass lamp's light. The perfect lamp seemed to open up a passage. The sparks inside flew out. Then, Tao Lord Luya's Khanate fire swept the sparks back into his eyes. The lamp returned to normal. The ancient lamp was still burning quietly in the room, illuminating the entire room. In that case, I'll take my leave. Fellow Taoist Hotu, please greet the Grand Supreme Elder and fellow Taoist Xiandu on my behalf, said Tao Lord Luya with a smile. The woman in luxurious clothes said, Take care, Tao Lord. I won't send you off. No one would have to worry about the other party cheating in the transaction in the Tushita Palace. The Grand Supreme Elder was indeed used to staying quiet and doing nothing, but his existence was enough to suppress the tricks of the ghosts. After watching Tao Lord Luya leave, the woman in luxurious clothes had a calm expression. She stroked the 4 strings of the broken zither with her fingers. Great Taoist Master Xiandu appeared silently and said, Wait for the final opportunity. The woman's appearance changed, and she returned to Yang Jian's original appearance. She nodded and said, That's right. On the other side, Tao Lord Luya left the Tushita Palace and returned to the Astro Mountain Starry Sea. He entered the Grand Essence Heaven and landed on the Fusang Divine Tree, where he lived. He took out a red gourd and pulled out the stopper. Then, the Khanate fire in his eyes passed through the sparks and sealed them into the gourd. Yang Wuzi, Tao Lord Luya called out softly. A bright sun appeared from afar and landed on the Fusang Divine Tree. It retracted the sunlight and turned into a 3-legged crow. It came in front of Tao Lord Luya and said respectfully, Patriarch, take this and pay attention to the Astro Mountain Starry Sea. See if anyone can touch it, said Tao Lord Luya as he handed the red gourd to the 3-legged crow. After the crow took the red gourd, it replied, Don't worry, Patriarch. I will definitely investigate carefully. Don't be anxious if there's nothing for the time being. Just be careful in the future, instructed Tao Lord Luya. Yes, Patriarch. The 3-legged crow paused for a moment before saying softly, Patriarch, that zither. Chapter 1581. Dongjun Yang Wuzi concealed his demonic power in front of Dalord Luya. Other than his 3 legs, he looked like an ordinary crow. However, he was a demon race great sage, an existence equivalent to a Taoism heavenly lord. The Golden Crow race was created by goddess Nuwa in the primordial era by imitating Luya's demonic form. After that, the Golden Crow race recognized Dalord Luya as their ancestor. Dalord Luya did not reject it, and the relationship between the two became even closer. Dongjun Yang Wuzi was the only demon race great sage in the race, and the strongest expert in the race. However, he did not take up the position of the clan leader, nor did he stay in the Golden Crow race's ancestral land. Instead, he stayed by Dalord Luya's side, acting like a disciple and a trusted aide. Hence, he knew much more than others. He did not treat Dalord Luya as an outsider, and Dalord Luya did not hide many things from him. The zither naturally belongs to the Tishita Palace, Dalord Luya said, or rather, it belongs to the 3 clear lineage. Yang Wuzi showed a look of pity. Dalord Luya smiled. There are many things that can only be gained by giving up. It can't be helped. With the zither, the orthodox Taoism will have a much easier time when the final sword of the immortal extermination, 4 swords, is born. Yang Wuzi was a little worried. They have the complete immortal extermination formation. Wouldn't it be even harder to deal with the 4 swords? Dalord Luya's lips curled up, and he stroked his beard. It's not that simple. Although I can't be sure, if I'm not wrong, the final immortal extermination ancient sword is either in the immortal court, the Western Pure Lands, or the 9 underworlds. Oh, Yang Wuzi was surprised. According to Ho-Tu, the orthodox Taoism already knows the approximate location of the immortal extermination ancient sword. Dalord Luya smiled, but they aren't going there to retrieve it. What do you think is the reason? It's because the sword already has an owner, and it might even be a Tao realm expert. Our Astro Mountain Starry Seas doesn't have it, and the central blessed lands of Sa doesn't have it either. It's most likely to be in the immortal court or the Western Pure Lands. Dalord Luya laughed. The orthodox Taoism wants to acquire the final sword. Even if the zither goes to them, it will still be used against our enemies. No wonder the immortal court and the Western Pure Lands didn't put in any effort to search for the immortal extermination ancient sword. So they already had a plan in mind. Yang Wuzi said thoughtfully, "Did the Earth Queen intentionally leak the news to you? That's natural. Let's get involved as well. The more chaotic the situation is, the more chances the Tao sect will have." Dalord Luya said, "Otherwise, the enemy will have set up a trap for them to jump into. Their chances of success will be very slim, unless the old lord is willing to intervene." At this point, Dalord Luya chuckled and said, "Both parties have their wishful thinking. It's just that it's hard to say who will benefit in the end. The immortal extermination formation is no small matter. Our Astro Mountain Starry Seas naturally needs it." He turned to Yang Wuzi and said, "It's not the right time to deal with the 4 immortal slaying swords. Before that, let's deal with the matter at hand." Yang Wuzi bowed his head. "Yes, ancestor." He kept the red gourd and flew away from the propping mulberry tree. Speaking of which, how did the orthodox Taoism see through the enemy's plan and know that the immortal ending sword already had an owner? Dalord Luya sat in a lotus position on the tree trunk. The smile on his face disappeared, and a contemplative expression appeared on his face. Also, the immortal extermination sword that Ho-Tu tossed out in order to enter the Jade Illusory Palace. Has it always been stored in the Tishita Palace? There's news from the Tishita Palace. Within the awakened sky cosmos, within the broad Creed Mountains Pill Hall, Yin Zhaoga let out a long sigh and said to Yin Di, Shui Chuqing, Su Fei, and the others, "The fortune that I wanted to exchange for the Jade Illusory Glazed Lamp has been successfully obtained." He explained, "Although the situation is still very difficult for us to succeed, it's still much more hopeful now." Everyone revealed a joyful expression when they heard it. "Let's do our best and wait for the time to come," said Yin Di slowly. Under the undercurrent, everyone was surging. The soul-stirring details would usually far surpass what most people could see on the surface. Many battles might already have their final outcome before they even started on the surface. The true battle had begun much earlier than what the public had expected. Only, the various parties with ulterior motives were still unable to determine who would emerge as the final victor. Everyone could only accumulate their strength in secret and scheme to obtain more chips to increase their chances of victory. For Yin Zhaoge and the Taoism lineage that were developing in the awakened sky cosmos, the following days weren't going to be as good as before. The Dipankara ancient Buddha personally led the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles and other demon race bigwigs to encircle the awakened sky cosmos. In order to prevent their whereabouts from being exposed, Yin Zhaoge and the others greatly reduced the number of people entering and exiting the void's outskirts. This was to prevent the awakened sky cosmos from being targeted by one or a few of them. Then, they would use the sea calming pearl to surround them. Due to this reason, Yin Zhaoge and the others found it harder to obtain information about the outside world. As such, the unique treasures produced by the void's outskirts became more precious to the Taoism martial art practitioners within the awakened sky cosmos. The awakened sky cosmos produced many treasures and resources to begin with. As such, there weren't any major problems. It wouldn't be like the Jade Spring world, which was in dire straits. However, some resources were unique to the void's boundless outskirts. It would be much more difficult for the awakened sky cosmos to obtain them. If there was an extremely important treasure within, then, for the time being, he could only wait patiently. Such situations were rare, and the negative effects weren't that great. What Yin Zhaoge and the other higher-ups were more concerned about was the fact that the Taoism lineage's revival momentum seemed to have been interrupted in the past few decades. The so-called momentum seemed invisible and intangible. However, it truly existed. For Gao Qingxian, Yu Zhenbei, Long Xingquan, and the others of the older generation, it didn't matter much. They had experienced much darker and more difficult times in the past. However, for the younger generation, especially those who were born after the creation of the awakened sky cosmos, it was easy for them to feel worried about the situation that seemed to have suddenly turned against them. Under Yin Zhaoge and the others' guidance, the entire awakened sky cosmos was still developing. In fact, it was even accelerating. Only, the acceleration wasn't as ferocious as before. Yin Zhaoge and the others were calm, neither arrogant nor rash. They silently cultivated and waited for the right opportunity. They were temporarily dormant in order to erupt with more power. The next stage would be akin to a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. As such, Yin Zhaoge and the awakened sky cosmos spent their time battling against the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the other bigwigs. Time flew by in a blink of an eye. Another 7 by 7, 49 years passed. Chapter 1582. 49 years passed, and there were many changes both inside and outside of the awakened sky cosmos. While it was not a secret amongst the peak higher echelon experts that Yin Zhaoge had spent searching for the swords, most people naturally did not know about it. In the sky beyond heaven, people lived and multiplied. Martial artists focused on cultivation and were more concerned about the things around them. At this moment, on Broad Creed Mountain, a multicolored light suddenly rose from the back mountain, streams of immortal chi circulating. Outside one of the abodes stood a valiant man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. His hair was slightly stained with frost, and his features were extremely handsome. Just by standing there, he had an eye-catching presence, as if he was the center of the world. Even the multicolored light in the cave next to the man didn't seem as dazzling in front of him. However, the man looked rather happy at this moment. His eyes were filled with joy as he bowed solemnly towards the cave abode. Master, congratulations on successfully passing the immortal mortal tribulation, pushing open the immortal door, and attaining the leakless body. There were a few people standing behind the man. Their cultivation levels varied, and the person in the lead was an extremely tall and beautiful woman. The few of them were also overjoyed. They bowed solemnly towards the cave abode. Congratulations, Master, for successfully passing the immortal mortal tribulation, pushing open the door of immortality, and attaining the leakless body. The door of the cave residence was pushed open, and a skinny old man walked out. He smiled and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." It was precisely Broad Creed Mountain's former chief, Yuan Zhengfeng. Looking at that valiant man, he sighed emotionally. Yindi, how can a lofty heavenly monarch act as a protector for a martial saint's tribulation? You and I both know that you can only rely on yourself during the immortal mortal tribulation. Others can't help you, so there's no need for you to wait here. A faint smile appeared on Yandi's face. It is only natural for a disciple to stand guard for his master. Yuan Zhengfeng wasn't a pretentious person either. He laughed and shook his head. It's enough that you have the heart. Why bother with etiquette? The younger generation is the backbone of our sect, and even the outland. Don't lose the bigger picture because of a small gain. Counting the days, the 49-year period should be up soon, right? The 49-year period is about to come. Yin Di first answered Yuan Zhengfeng's question before saying, shedding mortality and becoming an immortal will always be different. This disciple will definitely come this time. Yuan Zhengfeng waved his hand and said with a smile, the student surpasses the master, carrying on the past and opening up the future. To be able to see today's flourishing scene, this old man is satisfied. For me to be able to shed my mortal body and become an immortal, it can be said that it is all thanks to you young people. It is all thanks to the current environment of the sky beyond heavens and the strength of our sect. This old man cannot boast about himself. Yin Di smiled. Master, with your current cultivation base and longevity, you are still very young. It would not be wrong to say that you are a youth. You are not an old man, much less an old man. If I'm used to it, it means that my mental state has aged. Yuan Zhengfeng laughed self-deprecatingly. If it wasn't for the fact that I was spurred on by all of you, I would only be passing my days no matter how much longer I have. The tall woman by Yin Di's side now spoke. Master, it is precisely because your heart has yet to dissipate that you are able to improve unceasingly now. You can look forward to even greater accomplishments in the future. This woman was naturally Yin Di's senior apprentice sister, Yuan Zhengfeng's personal disciple, Fu Enshu. Beside Yin Di and her stood Feng Qi and the others. Although their cultivation bases varied, they were all Yuan Zhengfeng's personal disciples. Today, they were here to welcome their master and congratulate him. Objectively speaking, Yuan Zhengfeng's talent in martial arts was very high. If he had grown up in the current environment of the Broad Creed Mountain, his achievements would have been even more eye-catching. Back then, the environment and experiences of the Eight Extremities world had dragged Yuan Zhengfeng down to a certain extent. He might not have been able to reach the limits of his own potential. Fortunately, he still managed to catch up with the great development of the sky beyond heavens and the Broad Creed Mountain. Cultivating wholeheartedly without any distractions, Yuan Zhengfeng still managed to ascend to a height that many people might not be able to reach in their entire lives. Therefore, although Yuan Zhengfeng's long-lost sharpness and drive arose in his heart, he did not feel too much pity for his life, nor did he have any thoughts of blaming others. Having experienced the darkest times of the Broad Creed Mountain in the Eight Extremities world, his state of mind was very peaceful. He was already much luckier than his master Zhang Shilo, senior apprentice Uncle Zhang Donga, and the others. He was also luckier than many people of the same generation. Perhaps I can still continue to advance. However, it's merely the icing on the cake for the revival of our Taoism. Yuan Zhengfeng smiled slightly. The future is ultimately created by all of you. Being able to witness the golden age and contribute to it, this old man is very comforted. Feng Qi said, the golden age is gradually getting stronger. Our Taoism's experts have been continuously emerging all these years. Speaking of immortal realm experts, other than you who pushed open the immortal door, not long ago, the ingenious Flying Peaks Red Lotus Cliff Brocade Emperor had successfully Duo Chi's fused aura, passed the pure profound tribulation, and ascended to the tranquil profound immortal realm. Is that so? Yuan Zhengfeng nodded repeatedly. That's truly a joyous occasion. Before meeting Yang Jian, who was residing in the Tishita Palace, Yin Zhaoge, Fu Yunxi, and Chao Jie had studied the grand clear direct lineage and recreated the art of severing one's emotions and parasitizing. With this art, the brocade emperor, Fu Yunqi's future path was finally clear and smooth again. After these years of hard work, he had successfully created 2 clones, which were entrusted with his 2 daughters' emotions. Forgetting his emotions wasn't heartless, and he returned to the righteous path. Compared to the black-clothed brocade emperor's attempt to borrow the grand simplicity splendor cloud, this was a better method. After solving all the problems in the true immortal realm, Fu Yunqi finally attempted the pure, profound tribulation and successfully passed the tribulation. With the duo Qi's fused aura, he ascended to the profound immortal realm, and there was another sovereign in the sky beyond skies. "Oh, it seems like I have to go to the Red Lotus Cliff," Yuan Zhengfeng said. Fu Yunqi smiled slightly. "There's no hurry. Perhaps it's the brocade emperor's turn to come to our place." Generally speaking, such a joyous occasion would be kept a secret. If it was announced to the whole world, the other forces that had no grudges against each other would usually send people to congratulate them. If it was a coincidence that someone from 2 forces ascended to the immortal realm at the same time, they would send people to congratulate each other, and the other forces would send 2 groups of people to attend the ceremony. However, if one of the forces had an expert of a higher level, such as the brocade emperor, according to the tacit etiquette, the Broad Creed Mountain's immortal emperor, Yuan Zhengfeng, and the other forces' representatives would go to the Red Lotus Cliff together. While Yuan Zhengfeng congratulated Fu Yunqi, he would also receive the gifts from others. Such a situation was extremely rare, but it wasn't unprecedented. So, everyone just had to follow the rules. However, Fu Yunqi's words made Yuan Zhengfeng slightly stunned. Although the Broad Creed Mountain's current status and power far surpassed the Red Lotus Cliff, the Broad Creed Mountain style in the sky beyond skies wasn't domineering. This kind of thing wouldn't break the established rules. There was only one possibility for Fu Yunqi and the Red Lotus Cliff to go to the Broad Creed Mountain instead. In the Broad Creed Mountain, there was an expert of a higher level than the profound immortal realm. Could it be Zhaoge? Yuan Zhengfeng thought for a while and revealed a joyful expression. At this moment, before he finished his sentence, 5 colored lights shot up to the sky from another cave manor in the back mountain of the Broad Creed Mountain. Roiling rainbow lights filled the entire heaven and earth, continuously spreading towards the surroundings. As the wind and clouds surged, it seemed to have enveloped the entire sky beyond skies, and was even sweeping outwards. Recommending the urban god, Shinshu Frowny Face bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 1583. It wasn't just the entire heavens beyond world. The multicolored radiance even rushed out of the boundaries and filled the void of the awakened sky cosmos. At this moment, the 8 extremities world, the vast ocean world, and many other lower realms that were connected to the sky beyond heaven all shook as if a great change had occurred in the heavens and the earth. The people of the lower realms didn't know how to react, but the people of the sky beyond skies, after a short moment of shock, looked at the source of the lights. After recognizing that it was the direction of the Broad Creed Mountain, they immediately understood. Within the Broad Creed Mountain range, on the Jade Capital Crag, a rare smile appeared on the Sword Sovereign Yu Junbei's usually stern face. He cupped his hands towards the direction of the Broad Creed Mountain Range's main peak. His disciples, led by Wang Pu, who had ascended to the human exalt realm a few years ago, all had solemn expressions on their faces as they bowed in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain's main peak. While they usually referred to Yin Zhaoge as senior apprentice brother, at this special moment, Wang Pu, Qiu Jiahai, and the others all had solemn expressions on their faces as they spoke in unison. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for ascending to the grand virtual immortal realm and achieving the 5 Qis unification. On Golden Court Mountain, Chao Jie was in the lead, and behind him stood Tang Yonghao, Long Hanhua, Mu Jun, the southeastern sword mistress, and the others. They looked at the rainbow clouds in the sky. Compared to the other people in the realm beyond heavens, their emotions were more complicated. As people who had come into contact with Yin Zhaoga and Broad Creed Mountain relatively early on, they could virtually be said to have personally witnessed the rise of Yin Zhaoga and Broad Creed Mountain. Witnessed the birth of a legend from nothing to something. At this moment, atop the peak of Golden Court Mountain, everyone had their swords in hand as they bowed in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain's main peak with solemn expressions on their faces. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for ascending to the grand virtual immortal realm and achieving the 5 Qis unification. In the southern continent of Heavens Beyond, on the newly built Wutong Slope, the current sect leader, Phoenix Cry, southern border, Mao Yuansheng also looked towards the northern horizon with a slightly frightened expression. At this moment, the multicolored light filled the world, and it was almost impossible to tell which direction to go. However, Mao Yuansheng could naturally recognize the source of the glow. It came from the direction of the main peak of the Broad Creed Mountain range in the sky beyond skies. Considering the current number of experts of Broad Creed Mountain, it did not need to be said for the person who could cause such a disturbance. He was the person who had single-handedly caused the calamity of Wudong Slope back then. That person who had single-handedly brought Broad Creed Mountain to its current position. To a certain extent, it could also be said that he was a person who had made great contributions to the development of the Heaven upon Heavens and the revitalization of the Tao sect. Due to the overall improvement of the environment and the rising tide, even Wutong Slope, which had experienced a great calamity, quickly recovered its vitality. In fact, it even faintly showed an aura that surpassed that of the past. The entanglement of gratitude and grudges was truly difficult to distinguish. However, there was no doubt that the two of them were no longer on the same level. Although there was an old saying that flowers do not bloom for 100 days, the current strong side might be buried by time in 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 years. But now, Mao Yuansheng could only sigh and lower his head. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for ascending to the grand virtual immortal realm and achieving the 5 Qis unification. After experiencing the joy of their old chief Yuan Zhengfeng ascending to immortality, Broad Creed Mountain's disciples immediately received an even greater surprise. Gazing at the dazzling light that filled the sky that shook one's soul, everyone's mind went blank. When they recovered from their shock, regardless of whether they were men or women, young or old, all of them cheered in unison. And at this time, from another direction, a vast purple aura descended. The purple aura resembled a sea of clouds. Yet, illuminated by the 5-colored light, the purple color faded as the sea of clouds seemed to turn multicolored. As the cloud qi dispersed, a few figures were revealed. Their leader was handsome and handsome. It was none other than the former Brocade Emperor, the current Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunqi. Behind him followed Fu Ting, Meng Wan, He Shixing, and the others. The current Red Lotus Cliff was extraordinary as well. He Shixing had pushed open the door to immortality slightly earlier than Yuan Zhengfeng, achieving the leakless true immortal stage. Even earlier than him, the Grand Red Lotus Fu Ting had triumphantly ascended to the immortal realm. The world sighed in admiration as Meng Wan, known as the twin beauties of Red Lotus Cliff alongside Fu Ting, had long since reached the human exalt stage. Fu Yunqi's 2 daughters were both beautiful and talented, causing many suitors to nearly stomp down Ingenious Flying Peak by a few feet. Still, led by Fu Yunqi at this moment, those of Red Lotus Cliff descended from the clouds, solemn expressions on their faces as they bowed towards Broad Creed Mountain that was enveloped by the multicolored light. Congratulations to the Yin Emperor for ascending to the grand virtual immortal realm and achieving the 5 Qis unification. In the back mountain of Broad Creed Mountain, the door of a cave manor opened, and Yin Zhaoga strode out from within. He first bowed towards Yin Di, Yuan Zhengfeng, and the others who came from afar. At this special moment, Yin Di, Yuan Zhengfeng, and the others all bowed to Yin Zhaoga in a solemn and joyous manner. Then, those of Broad Creed Mountain welcomed Fu Yunqi, Fu Ting, and Meng Wan into the door. Congratulations to Senior Fu for successfully passing the pure, profound tribulation, said Yin Zhaoge with a smile. Fu Yunxi said, thanks to Taoist Yin and Taoist Chao's help. Otherwise, I don't know how much time I would have wasted. No need to be so polite, Senior Fu. Yin Zhaoge said, our orthodox Taoism, especially the grand, clear, direct lineage, has one more profound immortal. It's a joyous occasion. Fu Yunqi said, I've always been impatient. I was like that in the past, and I'm still like that now. I'm not as steady as Taoist Gao of the roving Jade Heavens. I still have to explore my way forward, and I dare not be careless. On the other hand, Taoist Yin and your father have accumulated a lot of experience. When the conditions are right, success will follow, and your cultivation realm will improve by leaps and bounds. It's truly amazing. Previously, in the entire awakened sky cosmos, including the sky beyond skies, roving Jade Heavens, and Jade Spring Heavens, the ones closest to the profound immortal realm were Fu Yunqi and the roving Jade Heavens Gao, Shuebua, and Long Xueji. Long Xueji was extremely talented in swordsmanship, and his combat prowess was unparalleled among those in the same realm. However, his cultivation speed wasn't as fast as Yin Di, Nye, Jingshen, Yu Yi, and Qin Xianhua. Especially since he was a sword cultivator, it wasn't easy for him to improve. Although he was currently at the true immortal peak stage, he still needed to nurture his cultivation to reach the profound immortal realm. As for Gao Shuebua, he had nurtured his sword for thousands of years when he was in the martial Saint Exalt realm and accumulated a lot of experience. Once he unsheathed his edge, he immediately crossed the immortal mortal tribulation and pushed open the immortal door, achieving the leakless true immortal realm. At the same time, due to the sheathed edge and nurture sword, he was much closer to the profound immortal realm than the tranquil emperor, Grand Emperor, Fu Yunqi, and Long Xueji. However, now that the true immortal realm Gao, Shuebua, was in the sheathed edge and nurture sword, he wasn't in a hurry to challenge the pure, profound tribulation. As such, he lagged behind Fu Yunqi. As for Gao Shuebua and Long Xueji's father, Long Xingquan, he displayed his brilliance in the past. Previously, he had successfully passed the profound origin tribulation, achieved the five Qis unification, and achieved the grand virtual immortal realm. This proved why he could sweep across the roving Jade Heavens in the past, and was only defeated by Gao Qingxian. After Long Xingquan and Yin Di, Yin Zhaoge had also succeeded in achieving the five Qis unification, becoming the third Taoism heavenly monarch born in the sky beyond skies in the past few decades. Compared to Gao Qingxian and Long Xingquan, Yin Zhaoge and his father's improvement speed was even more shocking and miraculous. Chapter 1584 equals VA6. Carat G passing the profound origin tribulation, five Qis unification, and attaining the grand virtual realm naturally became the biggest event of the sky beyond skies. Other than the Red Lotus Cliffs group, led by Fu Yunqi, the other forces naturally gathered at the Broad Creed Mountain to congratulate Yin Zhaoge. When the roving Jade Heavens and Jade Spring Heavens received the news, many people came to congratulate him. Within Yin Zhaoge's pupils, a voice resounded, congratulating him. Congratulations to the Yin Emperor for attaining the grand virtual immortal realm and attaining the five Qis unification, said Feng Yunsheng with a smile. Yin Zhaoge's thoughts moved, and he sent a sound transmission to her, smiling, It's fine if others call me by my title, but I can't accept it if you do. According to the rules, I should be the one calling you the Heavenly Lord. Feng Yunxing's voice was gentle. She smiled and said, Before we reached the martial saint realm, I had already addressed you like that. According to the unspoken agreement from before the great calamity, only true immortals and profound immortals could be called sovereigns. Those who disobeyed the rules might be attacked by the masses. Even the true sovereigns might find trouble with them. In the past, when Yin Zhaoge was touring the floating life world, he had the title of Yin Emperor in the floating life world. After the great calamity, when civilization was being rebuilt, it was a special product of the lower realms. Normally, Even if those of a higher realm knew about it, they would only treat it as a joke. They wouldn't take it seriously like before the Great Calamity. However, the Yin Emperor had lived up to his name for many years. Today, Yin Zhaoge even surpassed the profound immortal realm and became a grand virtual immortal, ascending to the heavenly monarch realm. Looking back, hundreds of years had passed. To ordinary people, it might be a long time. However, to martial art practitioners, it was so fast that it was shocking. Still, in the floating life world at that time, when everyone's cultivation bases had yet to even reach the martial saint realm, Feng Yunxing already had a strong feeling that the so-called title of Yin Sovereign would ultimately be Yin Zhaoge's. From the looks of it, it was just as she had expected. The Yin Emperor was just the starting point. "You're faster than me," Yin Zhaoge said with a smile. "I was fortunate enough to encounter a great calamity in the future." Feng Yunxing's tone was very calm, as if the person who might encounter a calamity wasn't her. Yin Zhaoge murmured, "The times create the hero, and the hero creates the times." How can it be so clear? Who can say that they do not rely on any fortuitous encounters or luck at all? As for the future, it's still uncertain. I'm just doing my best and feeling at ease. "Then let's focus on the current situation and do our best," Feng Yunxing said. Yin Zhaoge smiled. "That's right. After passing through this trial of the carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, it would be a brand new world, a brand new era. Whether or not our orthodox Taoism can change the heavens and the earth after so many years of accumulation following the great calamity will depend on this trial, the final step of our journey of 10,000 kilometers." The aftermath of the ceremony came to an end, but some guests did not leave. For example, Gao Qingxian and Long Xingquan. The top-notch experts of the awakened sky cosmos were currently gathered together to plan for the upcoming battle. At almost the same time, outside the awakened sky cosmos, a group of Buddhist experts and demon race great sages started to encircle the orthodox Taoism once again. Everyone had their eyes on the 49-year time limit. Throughout these years, the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the others had been targeting the awakened sky cosmos. The awakened sky cosmos's people kept a low profile, and they reduced their movements outside the cosmos. As a result, the difficulty of their enemies' encirclement had also increased. However, now that the 49-year time limit was up, the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the others naturally cooperated and intensified their encirclement and suppression against the orthodox Taoism. They wanted to stop Yin Zhaoge and the others from searching for the final ancient sword. On the other hand, the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were constantly fighting against each other. Once again, a 100-year war ensued. Just as Yin Zhaoge finished his seclusion, he received a huge gift from the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. The 24 sea calming pearls transformed into 24 heavens, which almost squeezed the awakened sky cosmos in the middle. However, under Yin Zhaoge's control, the Pill Hall successfully escaped from the enemy's encirclement and left. "Senior apprentice brother Su, you've worked hard." Yin Zhaoge looked at the returning Su Fei and said with a smile. The Dipankara ancient Buddha and the others were able to find an opportunity to encircle the awakened sky cosmos because of Su Fei's recent trip. However, this was the result of Yin Zhaoge's discussion with everyone before he went into seclusion. As the 49-year time limit was nearing its end, the orthodox Taoism should be thinking of making a move. If they didn't take any risks, it would only attract suspicion. On the other hand, Yin Zhaoge and the others needed to establish some connections and communications with the outside world to prepare for their next move. "It's prepared," said Su Fei. Yin Zhaoge nodded. "Let us begin, then." He first handed over the control of the Pill Hall and the profound sky purple golden furnace to his mother, Xue Chuqing. After he left the awakened sky cosmos, Xue Chuqing could still control the Pill Hall to avoid the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the others' encirclement. Xue Chuqing had ascended to the immortal realm for many years now. Her cultivation was stable, and her attainments in formations were profound. Her familiarity with the Pill Hall was only inferior to Yin Zhaoge's. With her controlling it, Yin Zhaoge didn't need to worry about it anymore. After that, Yin Zhaoge wasn't in a rush. He used the Taoist Way Heavenly Lord's cave manor as a clue to locate the immortal ending sword. He, Yin Di, Su Fei, Gao, Qing Xian, and the others left the sky beyond skies and exited the awakened sky cosmos. Everyone split up. Feng Yunsheng also temporarily left Yin Zhaoge's sight. Like the other Taoism heavenly immortals, she merged with the void and disappeared. After Yin Zhaoge and the others bid farewell, they too disappeared into the void's boundless outskirts. As they were moving, other places were also undergoing undercurrents. The Dipankara ancient Buddha didn't feel depressed when the pill hall escaped from him once again. He leisurely returned to the Western Pure Lands. The time is here. It seems like you've already planned everything out. The Bodhisattva of Guanyin sighed. The Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled and said, "There are too many karmic entanglements. It's hard for everything to go according to plan. Since this matter involves the three clear lineage, I won't be participating in it. Do as you wish, ancient Buddha." The Bodhisattva of Guanyin shook her head and put her palms together. Then she turned around and left. The Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled and put his palms together. Then he walked towards the center of the Western Pure Lands. "I wish to meet with the 9 underworlds. Buddha, please bestow me with your incarnation," said the Dipankara ancient Buddha with his palms together. A green lotus silently flew out from the temple and landed in front of the Dipankara ancient Buddha. The Dipankara ancient Buddha kept the green lotus. After thanking the Buddha, he immediately left. The 9 underworlds wasn't like the Tushita Palace. Without the Amitabha Buddha's guidance, the Dipankara ancient Buddha knew how to head there. Of course, he didn't have to head to the 9 underworlds personally. He only left the Western Pure Lands and sat casually within the void. With a single thought, the Dipankara ancient Buddha's perfect Buddha light flickered for a moment. Green smoke rose from the lamp's wick and instantly turned into a colorful scene. The colorful smoke condensed into the image of an old man. He faced the Dipankara ancient Buddha. "How have you been, Taoist? Why did you suddenly want to meet me? How have you been, Taoist?" Dipankara Buddha looked at the primordial heart devil and smiled. "I have something to discuss with you. Remember the mobile URL, M. Chapter 1585. The primordial devil smiled faintly. "What's the matter, Taoist Dipankara? Feel free to speak your mind. I wish to exchange this item for a promise from the 9 underworlds." A green lotus appeared on the Dipankara ancient Buddha's palm. "I wonder if the 9 underworlds are interested?" The primordial heart devil said, "It seems like Amitabha has agreed to it. If that's the case, I'm naturally willing." "Then, I'll contact you later," said the Dipankara ancient Buddha with a smile. The primordial heart devil's image in front of him gradually dispersed. The colorful mist also disappeared, and the lights within the perfect Buddha radiance returned to normal. The Dipankara ancient Buddha stood up from the void. His figure was erratic, as if he resided in all time and space. Even the vast void seemed to have lost the concept of distance in front of him. After a short while, the Dipankara ancient Buddha's figure suddenly stabilized and appeared in another universe. The dark void in front of him suddenly emitted a bright radiance, and a Buddhist bigwig appeared from within. The Buddha radiance around him was pure gold, and the radiance of white flames circulated around him, illuminating the surrounding universe like a Buddhist land of light. "Greetings, ancient Buddha." The Dipankara ancient Buddha bowed, and the Dipankara ancient Buddha put his palms together and bowed back. "Greetings, Bodhisattva." This Buddhist Bani was the Mahastemaprapta Bodhisattva. Together with the Bodhisattva Guanyin, they were known as the 3 sages of the West. He was one of the few Buddhist bigwigs in the Western Pure Lands. He used his unique light of wisdom to illuminate all living beings in the world, allowing them to escape from the calamity of blood and weapons, obtaining supreme power and might. Hence, the Mahastemaprapta Bodhisattva was known as the number 1 in light and wisdom. Although his title was Bodhisattva, he was the same as the Bodhisattva Guanyin and the Dipankara ancient Buddha. They were all bigwigs who had attained enlightenment and ascended to the grand heavenly realm. "Did the Buddha grant you an incarnation?" asked the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva. "That's right," the Dipankara ancient Buddha answered. "I've also seen the primordial heart devil." The Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva nodded. "The three clear lineage has made some movements. It was led by Taoist South Pole, who brought people to the void and discovered an ancient ruin." Fellow Taoist South Pole? Dipankara ancient Buddha was deep in thought. Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva smiled. "After inspecting the ruins, it seems like they're looking for the jade virtual Wuji apricot yellow flag." The ancient Dipankara Buddha could not help but laugh. The Wuji apricot yellow flag was a treasure of the hollow jade temple in the past. It was impenetrable to all techniques and was impervious to all evil. Its defensive strength was one of the few treasures in the entire history of the Taoist sects. During the Great War of the ancient investiture of the gods, it had even blocked Mahamayuri's five-colored divine light. Since the ancient era, there were different opinions about its whereabouts. Some people thought that it was still hidden in the Jade Mirage Palace. Some thought that it had disappeared without a trace. And some thought that it had been taken away by the heavenly primogenitor who had transcended. In short, this treasure had been lost since ancient times. If it could be found again, it would indeed be very eye-catching. Compared to the Western Pure Lands, the Astro Mountain Starry Seas might value this treasure more. If the demon race could obtain the Wuji apricot yellow flag, then their previous predicament of being unable to do anything to Mahamayuri would no longer exist. From this aspect, if he could snatch the Western Pure Lands, even if he didn't use it, he would still be able to maintain the deterrence of Mahamayuri, and the demon race would be helpless against him. However, compared to the immortal execution formation, the Wuji apricot yellow flag was clearly inferior. It was obviously a joke to say that Yin Zhaoge and the others had wholeheartedly searched for the yin-yang apricot yellow flag and neglected the final sword of the immortal exterminating four swords, as well as the possibility of the immortal exterminating formation reappearing. Without a doubt, this was a smokescreen set up by the orthodox Taoism. Moreover, it was not a very clever camouflage. He must have a follow-up plan, or he would be a laughingstock. Even if the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Court laid a trap for the orthodox Taoism to jump into, they wouldn't pretend to believe in such a smokescreen. That would seem too urgent, and it would definitely be a trap. Instead, it would alarm the people from the Tao sect. I'll meet up with Great Rock Wisdom King and the others and continue searching for the pill hall. I'll give them some pressure. Dipankara ancient Buddha said. Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva nodded and said, "I'll pay a visit to Taoist South Pole and see what they plan to do." "Good. Thank you, Bodhisattva." Dipankara ancient Buddha put his palms together. The two mighty figures of the Buddhist sects then left. "Thank you, Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor." "Thank you, Taoist Gao." While traversing through the void, Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands towards the empty cosmos above his head. Yindi did the same beside him. Within the cosmos, the sound of thunder seemed to be faintly discernible. However, no lightning flashes could be seen. It was as if the sound of thunder by Yin Zhaoge's ears was merely an illusion. Although the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha had fought for nearly 100 years for the humanly essence stone's fragment, they were still fighting against each other and couldn't be bothered with other matters. However, the Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereignty still maintained a certain level of restraint. While the two sides were suppressing each other, they were also threatening the Taoism and the Nine Underworld's grand heavenly realm experts. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the other Taoism heavenly lords still had to be careful with their actions, and they often hid within the void. The white-clothed Gaohan was traveling with Yin Zhaoge and the others. He smiled and said, "Taoist Yin, you don't have to be so courteous. Now is a crucial moment for the orthodox Taoism's glory. It's my duty to help. No matter what, I still have to thank the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and Taoist Gao." Yin Zhaoge said, "The enemy's influence is too great. Success or failure hinges on this one move. As long as we have more strength, we would have more chances of winning." Gaohan smiled faintly. You're right. His gaze swept past Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di, and he praised, Young Heavenly Lord, Heaven Trampling Lord. Both of you are truly worthy of your title. When Yin Di became the Broad Creed Mountain's chief, he was given the title Heaven Trampling Lord due to the ancestral rules. Just like how only true immortals could be called emperors and only profound immortals could be called sovereigns, the title of Heavenly Lord was also very particular. It was a title only grand virtual immortals could give, especially when Yin Di was given the title Heaven Trampling Lord. To a certain extent, it was even more of a taboo than Yin Zhaoge's title of Young Heavenly Lord. Only in the eight extremity world's lower realms, not many people took it seriously. Most of them treated it as a joke. However, after coming to the world beyond worlds and establishing the sky beyond skies, this title became even more eye-catching. Because of the Sword Sovereign Yu Jinbei's guidance and the exalted fire Su Mingzhang's endorsement, Yin Di had been progressing smoothly. Everyone gradually acknowledged it. Now that Yin Di had ascended to the Five Qis unification realm in such a short period of time, he was practically the youngest virtual immortal in history. It seemed to have proven that he was capable enough to bear this title. Only, more achievements were needed to prove it. Yin Di said quietly, In the past, I was known to be reckless in the eight extremity worlds. I apologize for that, Daoist Gao. I have to thank Daoist Gao for giving me this title in the past. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. Gao Han smiled as well. I've always been filled with expectations for Daoist Yin. This time, it's an unprecedented feat of our Taoism after the Great Calamity. His voice stopped, and his gaze flickered slightly. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di also looked forward. Suddenly, a devilish wind and Buddha light appeared together. Gao Han's expression turned serious, and he muttered, A huge feat, and also a huge test. Chapter 1586. In the faraway void, a demonic wind and Buddha light suddenly flickered, obstructing Yin Zhaoge's group's path of retreat. Yin Zhaoge and the others weren't surprised. The reason why the other party could catch up to them was because they purposely revealed their tracks and left behind clues. The ferocious demonic wind permeated the surroundings, enveloping the entire universe as if it wanted to devour Yin Zhaoge and the others. Suddenly, thunderbolts exploded within the void. Lightning radiances surged, forming an independent heaven and earth. While protecting Yin Zhaoge and the others, it also isolated the demonic wind outside. Wind and thunder continuously surged, clashing intensely against each other. The newcomer was a demon race great sage. Currently, he was facing off against the southern extremity longevity emperor. The two grand heavenly realm experts were clashing against each other. As they clashed, the profundities of their concepts canceled out a little, causing their true appearances to be revealed in front of Yin Zhaoge and the others. Amidst the thunderbolts, an old man wearing a crown and a Taoist robe stood above the nine heavens. Streaks of thunderbolts seemed to have transformed into a carriage that carried him. Fragrant clouds covered the entire area. It was the Jade Clear lineage's style, but it was unique. Under his control, the incomparably violent thunderbolts were orderly. They displayed the opening of chaos, the changes in space, the circulation of the five elements, the birth of myriad existences, the convergence of yin and yang, the alternation of day and night, and various other profundities. The profundities of the myriad existences were displayed to their fullest within the thunderous sound. It was one of the Taoism heavenly court's divine palaces, four imperials, the southern extremity longevity emperor. On the other side of the thunderbolt ocean, a tall figure stood amidst the demonic winds. The other party stood upright like a human. He wore armor and a silver helmet. He held a crescent spade in his hand, and his voice was like a crane's cry that shook the nine heavens. From afar, there was only one head and one face. But up close, there were people all around. There were eyes in front, eyes behind, and eyes everywhere. There were also mouths to the left and right. Nine-headed great sage. After seeing the other party's appearance, Yin Zhaoge squinted his eyes. The person who was facing off against the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was none other than the great sage of the demon race, known as the Nine-Headed Bug. He had once shaken the world during the Middle Journey to the West era. He was a winged insect, the ancient divine bird of the Nine Phoenixes. He was also known as the Ghost Chariot or Nine-Headed Bird. During the Middle Era, he was nearly beaten to death by Yang Jian and Yang Erlang. After that, he lived in seclusion and cultivated. Only now did he return to the world. He was still as ferocious as before, seeking revenge against Yang Jian. Meanwhile, seeing this nine-headed bug, the faces of Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di both sunk. About 100 years ago, the Tao Gate was struck by the devil calamity. The three extinct devils, Water Devil, Earth Devil, and Metal Devil, sought to be reborn one after another, and their bodies fell into the hands of the Tao Gate's disciples. Yin Zhaoge and the others planned to resolve the devil calamity. In the end, the nine-headed bug led a portion of the great demons and interfered. As a result, Yin Zhaoge and the others failed. Chun Xuanzong, Jian Mingkong, and Chu Lili narrowly escaped death and were sealed in ice. Looking at the nine-headed bug, Yin Zhaoge recalled the smile of Chun Xuanzong and his disciples. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he sized up the people beside the nine-headed bug and saw another familiar face. He was dressed like a Taoist priest, wearing a bright red golden crown, wearing a black zizi black robe, a pair of green cloud-like shoes, and a yellow Duke Lu ribbon tied around his waist. This old man's face was like a melon, and his eyes were like bright stars. Although he looked like a perfected Taoist, there was a demonic aura around him. Hundred-eyed Demon Lord. Although this old man had yet to ascend to the grand heavenly realm, his demonic arts were so strong that even some grand heavenly realm experts couldn't take him down. He was a top-notch figure within the grand virtual realm. In the past, when Yin Zhaoge and the others moved the roving jade heavens into the pill hall, they were obstructed by this old centipede and other great demons. Both sides were familiar with each other, and now they met again. Other than the two great demons, Buddha lights were surging. The three Buddhist banis stood by the side, keeping a distance from the hundred-eyed demon lord. However, they were clearly here for Yin Zhaoge and the others. In the middle, a Buddhist Banti sat in the lotus position. His right hand formed the fearless seal, while his left hand held onto a lotus flower. On the lotus flower, there were Ru-E beads. Although it was their first time meeting each other, Yin Zhaoge, Yin Di, and Gao Han could recognize him. He was the famous guy barrier removal bodhisattva of the Orthodox Buddhism. He was a top-notch Buddhist expert within the grand virtual realm, the guy barrier removal yard's head. The Buddhist Banti on the left of the guy barrier removal bodhisattva carried a huge bag in his hand. He had a smile on his face, and his expression was filled with joy. The Buddhist Banti on the right was sitting in the lotus position like the bodhisattva. He was digging his ears with one hand, and he seemed to be at ease. Cloth bag Arhut, ear digging Arhut. Gao Han smiled. According to the Buddhism, becoming an Arhut is the true fruit. However, using our Taoism standard, perhaps we should call him a bodhisattva? The guy barrier removal bodhisattva said calmly, "Greetings, Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor." Within the void, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor said from the Thunder Chariot, "There's no need for formalities, and there's no need for words. Since we've met each other today, we can only fight. Fellow Taoists, please." His voice was like the nine heavens thunder punishment, which was capable of cleansing the world's sins. At the same time, it was as gentle as the gentle breeze and drizzle. The two contradicting feelings intertwined, forming a unique charm. As soon as he finished speaking, he stopped talking. Rumbling thunder started spreading towards the surroundings. The demonic wind surged and obstructed the thunder. The nine-headed bug opened its mouth and said, "You're foolish beyond measure. To think that you're trying to deceive us and even risk your lives. However, since your whereabouts have already been discovered, how can we possibly give you the chance to escape? There's no need to search for the awakened Sky Hall and the immortal ending ancient sword. Everything would be within my grasp if I were to capture you. Even the three clear lineage would suffer the fate of being chopped in half. Yendi said coldly, I'm afraid that you don't have that capability. Ignorant Junior. The nine-headed bug laughed out loud. What do you think is a grand heavenly realm? Once the news is sent out, we'll know your exact location. To us, it's fine if we don't know your exact location. But if we do know your whereabouts, other than a few rare exceptions, wouldn't we be able to reach you in an instant? As if to prove his words were true, the surrounding void actually began to show signs of instability in this short period of time. It was as if there was more than one figure faintly appearing, as if they were about to descend upon this place out of nowhere. Fellow Taoist, it's too early to be happy. The southern extremity longevity emperor's body suddenly spread towards his surroundings. The light screen became fainter and fainter. However, it was thin and unbreakable. Like a huge bubble, it actually surrounded the two demons and three Buddhas. Under the encirclement of the lightning halo, the demonic winds and Buddha lights seemed to be unable to pass through. Impressive. The nine-headed great sage was enraged. He raised the crescent moon spade in his hand and slashed towards the southern extremity longevity emperor. At the same time, his nine heads roared towards the skies, causing boundless astral winds to surge and slash towards the lightning screen that surrounded the entire universe. As the thunder rumbled, it continuously exploded. However, as soon as the thunder dissipated, a new one would immediately appear. It was as if there was no end to it, and it was doing its best to obstruct the hurricane. Yin Zhaoge looked toward the other opponents and saw the covering barrier bodhisattva and the other two Buddhist banis. Their expressions were calm, and they weren't flustered at all. The covering barrier bodhisattva softly chanted the Buddha's name. On the lotus flower in his hand, the Ru-E pearl flickered with radiance. The radiance became brighter and brighter. In the end, it was even brighter than the covering barrier bodhisattva's Buddha light, as if it could illuminate the entire boundless universe. My Buddha is merciful. Fellow Taoist, southern extremity, how have you been? A figure slowly walked out from the radiance. The great strength bodhisattva of the grand heavenly realm. Chapter 1587. The Mahastamaprapta bodhisattva appeared. Boundless radiance revolved around it, as if it had transformed into boundless white flames that purified everything in the world. Even the extremely fierce rolling thunder was gradually being melted by the white flames. The southern extremity longevity emperor stood on the lightning chariot and pointed with his finger. A clump of chaotic lightning landed within the boundless radiance and exploded. A majestic power that resembled the primordial world forcefully tore apart the endless radiance that covered the entire universe. Primordial ancestral lightning. The number one lightning technique among the nine heavens' divine lightning. As the thunder rumbled, the white flames around the Mahastamaprapta bodhisattva that illuminated the world still remained. However, they were scattered and temporarily disintegrated. Although the radiance was about to reconnect, the southern extremity longevity emperor had already used another technique. Another grand illusory spatial thunder reappeared. It was still like a bubble made of lightning, emitting sizzling sounds. However, this grand illusory spatial thunder did not expand. Instead, it contracted and collapsed towards the center. Instantly, a powerful suction force devoured the surrounding radiance and pulled it towards the center of the collapsing body. It was like a dark cage that imprisoned the radiance. Lotuses appeared beneath the Mahastamaprapta bodhisattva's feet. He instantly arrived beside the lightning ball formed by the grand illusory spatial thunder and tapped it lightly. The dark cage instantly shattered. Boundless radiance reappeared in the world. At the same time, the nine-headed bug swung the crescent moon shovel and tore a hole in the thin lightning barrier that enveloped the person within. But before he could make his next move, the southern extremity longevity emperor had already shattered the thunder chariot beneath his feet, not caring that the Mahastamaprapta bodhisattva would break the thunder cage of darkness and release the light. The lightning cage shattered, and streaks of lightning shot out in all directions before reinforcing the broken lightning barrier. In just an instant, The lightning barrier healed itself and formed a barrier in front of the person within. Let's see how many times you can replenish it. The nine-headed bug did not mind and continued attacking. The Mahastemaprapta Bodhisattva also unleashed a boundless radiance that illuminated the world and dispelled the lightning. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was powerful. Even though he was fighting against two opponents, he still maintained the light barrier formed by the grand illusory spatial thunder. However, his opponents were all powerful individuals. Even though the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor could protect himself for a short period of time, the lightning barrier could only last for a short while. And this was under the situation where the Tao Ancestor had yet to make a move. If the Tao Ancestor had made a move, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor would have to immediately think of a way to escape and hide within the void. While the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was fighting against the Mahastemaprapta Bodhisattva and the nine-headed bug, the hundred-eyed demon lord was also getting restless. He stared coldly at Yin Zhaoge and his father. Back then, when he invaded the roving Jade Heavens, he had suffered some losses and could only watch as a group of prime, clear descendants left safely. Moreover, he'd even lost his divine ability because of Feng Yunxing's Doomsday Blade. After close to 100 years of secluded cultivation, the hundred-eyed demon lord had finally recovered some of its vitality. Now, seeing Yin Zhaoge's group, it was even more like meeting enemies, its eyes exceptionally red. The hundred-eyed demon lord was confident that other than Feng Yunxing, who cultivated the destruction of Luo Yuan, and Shangqing Heavenly Lord, who cultivated the chaos-extinguishing scripture, he was not afraid of anyone in the same realm as him. While Yin Zhaoge and Yindi's fame had spread far and wide, the hundred-eyed demon lord was not worried. He was extraordinarily talented and possessed remarkable abilities. Even many grand heavenly realm experts couldn't do anything to him. He felt that this was the best time for him to take revenge. Even if he couldn't kill the enemy himself, he could still buy some time for the Mahastemaprapta Bodhisattva and the nine-headed great sage to break the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's secret technique. Then, a large number of reinforcements would soon arrive. Therefore, the hundred-eyed demon lord did not hesitate and strode forward. Young Empyrean? Lord Tatian? What a great reputation. Did you ask for my permission? With a roar, the hundred-eyed demon lord unsheathed his sword. The dark yellow sword Qi resembled a great river overlooking the entire universe, slashing towards Yin Zhaoge and his son. Yindi stood silently where he was, not moving as he extended his right hand and clenched the air, as if grabbing the hilt of a saber before pulling it out from within. Continuous thunderclaps resounded as a saber of purple light completely condensed from thunderbolts appeared in Yindi's hands. Then, he raised the long saber high above his head and brought it down as if the heavens were collapsing. The violent and overbearing saber light clashed with the dark yellow sword Qi in the air. The saber radiance surged forward, as if it could sever the flow of the heavenly river and sever the sword Qi. Bastard! The hundred-eyed demon lord was shocked. As his sword Qi rampaged, the all-encompassing dark lights converged into one. He no longer cared about Yin Zhaoge and Gao Han as he focused on attacking Yindi alone. Yindi remained fearless. He strode forward and suppressed the hundred-eyed demon lord's attack with an even more domineering stance. The hundred-eyed demon lord was furious. In just a few hundred years, how did so many troublesome people appear in the three clear lineage? He retracted his anger, and his gaze turned cold as he no longer looked down on Yindi. As he attacked with his sword once more, brilliance started condensing on top of his head. After the brilliance condensed, the hundred-eyed demon lord's demonic Qi surged wildly. The strength of his strength instantly caused others to look at him in a different light. However, as Yindi let out a long roar, a brilliance also appeared on top of his head. As the brilliance condensed on top of his head, Yindi's saber's momentum also continued to increase. He similarly slashed apart the hundred-eyed demon lord's sword Qi and almost chopped off the hundred-eyed demon lord's sword-wielding arm. The hundred-eyed demon lord snorted coldly. Two splendors condensed on top of his head, and his essence, chi, and spirit all reached the peak of his current realm. At this moment, he no longer held back. He suddenly untied his belt and took off his black robe. After taking off his clothes, the 100-eyed demon lord raised his hands together. There were 1,000 eyes on his sides, and they all emitted yellow fog and golden light. The dense yellow fog seemed like clouds were spurting out from his sides. The brilliant golden light seemed like it was setting fire to the 1,000 eyes. Wherever the fog passed, it enveloped Yendi. The surrounding space seemed to have been frozen, and Yendi was unable to move at all. However, Yendi glanced at him coldly and said, "Do I need to ask you for the names of us father and son?" A brilliance flowed on top of his head, and a purple saber of light was raised high above his head. Then, the saber slashed downwards. Creation's saber, instantaneous heaven annihilation. Even if the 100-eyed demon lord's innate abilities were extremely powerful, the dense yellow fog was still rippling under Yendi's saber's momentum. Although the yellow fog was continuously replenished, as if it was endless, it was still continuously being destroyed. The two sides seemed to have entered a stalemate. However, Yendi's hand that was wielding the saber was stable, and it was descending bit by bit at a speed that was hard to detect with the naked eye. The terrifying and tyrannical saber was also descending bit by bit. It was getting closer and closer to the 100-eyed demon lord. Facing Yendi's saber head-on, he seemed to be able to clearly feel the coldness and heat of the saber formed of thunderbolts. Perhaps its speed was extremely slow, and it was unknown how long it would take for it to reach its final destination. However, this process seemed to be hard to stop, hard to reverse, unchangeable, and undefiable. All the 100-eyed demon lord could do with all his might was to delay the arrival of that final moment. However, what would come would eventually come. Just like the progress of the heavens and earth, the changes of creation, its momentum was unstoppable. Chapter 1588. At this moment, the 100-eyed demon lord was filled with frustration. His innate divine abilities were astonishing, rarely having a counter. Even at the immortal realm, there were times when he could accomplish miraculous feats of surpassing cultivation realms to fight, his name moving throughout the ages. However, in recent years, he had continuously encountered his nemesis. Before was Feng Yinsheng, behind was Yendi. Twice, he was forced into a dangerous situation by opponents whose cultivation base was lower than his. Now, he had to face the same choice as the last time he faced Feng Yinsheng. He could either fight to the death or watch helplessly as he slowly walked towards failure. Different opponents, similar scenes, caused this old demon who had been famous since the Middle Era to feel so oppressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Fellow Taoists Yin Xintong and Di Qinglian were truly heaven-defying geniuses back then. Gao Han exclaimed as he looked at Yendi. However, heaven-trampling lords still managed to bring it to greater heights in the end. He has already gone even further on the foundation you two have set. I thank fellow Taoist Gao for your praise on behalf of my father, but now doesn't seem to be the time to say such things. Yin Zhaoge looked at the covering barrier removal bodhisattva and the others, and asked via sound transmission, "How's Taoist Gao's harvest?" Gao Han nodded and similarly transmitted, "I'm almost done here. What about Taoist Yin?" "I don't have any more problems here," Yin Zhaoge answered. "Since that's the case, it would be more convenient to move a little later, and we would be able to throw off our tail within a certain amount of time." Yin Zhaoge had not hesitated to take the risk himself in order to break through the other party's tracking technique first, gaining a greater chance of success when they truly obtained the immortal ending sword later on. This was also the reason why Gao Han came instead of Ling Qing. Having achieved his goal, he now had to consider how to retreat unscathed. Yin Zhaoge asked, "After my father picked up that old centipede as his opponent, wouldn't it be inconvenient for Taoist Gao to act against the remaining people?" Gao Han smiled. "How could that be?" As he spoke, he raised his palm, and boundless light gathered. But compared to the purity and brightness of Buddhist techniques, when Gao Han raised his hand, the light was even hotter, more intense, and heavier. At this moment, Even the true great sun was not as dazzling as Gao Han's fist. Amidst the radiance, the explosive power had already landed on the cover removal bodhisattva's head. A cloth bag suddenly appeared, heading towards Gao Han. The bag opened, as if it could contain the universe, and was about to contain the glorious sun that Gao Han had smashed into it. The three Buddhist banis weren't as proactive as the hundred-eyed demon lord. Facing Yin Zhaoge and Gao Han, they were neither anxious nor impatient, attempting to deal with them patiently. Once the nine-headed great sage and the Masthemaprapta Bodhisattva broke through the southern extremity longevity emperor's secret technique, a large number of other experts would soon arrive to assist. While it would be good to find the immortal exterminating four swords, since Yin Zhaoge and the others dared to show themselves, trying to capture and kill them might not be any less beneficial than finding the immortal exterminating four swords. However, Yin Zhaoge was much more brutal than they had expected. The 18 Arhats truly live up to their reputation. Venerable Ling Toa, I've long heard of your name. Yin Zhaoge looked at the cloth sack Arhat that was rushing towards Gao Han and sighed. In the past, when the central blessed lands of Sa split apart, the 35 Buddhas, 500 Arhats, and 3,000 Jiti perished. Under the Methrial Buddha's palm, although Buddhism managed to preserve its vitality, it was still incomparable to the Middle Era. As he spoke, he walked towards the cover removal Bodhisattva and the ear-digging Arhat. I've always heard of the Buddha's benevolence. If that's the case, why would you make things difficult for us Taoism during the Great Calamity? The cover removal Bodhisattva smiled. It's just that our Taos are different. Our cultivation isn't up to par, and we have plenty of troubles that we can't see through. I apologize for my embarrassment, Taoist Yin. I won't. Since our Taos are different, let's see who's the real deal. After saying that, Yin Zhaoge's figure seemed to have grown in the air. In the eyes of the Buddhist Bantis, his figure was so huge that it seemed to have filled up the entire cosmos. With a step forward, he instantly appeared in front of the cover removal Bodhisattva. In the cover removal Bodhisattva's vision, his opponent had already become incomparably tall. Now that he was getting closer to him, he felt as if the sky was collapsing and crashing down on him. 5 Chi's unifications, ascending to grand void. Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly scripture cultivation had already reached the perfection realm. He didn't even need to make any movements. Just by standing there, the horrifying might of the cyclic heavenly seal would unknowingly manifest, suppressing his opponent's form and spirit. The cover removal Bodhisattva's mental cultivation surpassed experts of the same realm. She quickly regained her senses. A lotus bloomed beneath her feet, and she floated backward, jumping out of Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal suppression range. However, at this moment, Yin Zhaoge suddenly stretched out his palm. With this stretch of his hand, the cover removal Bodhisattva's figure returned to his palm. However, on the other side, the ear-digging Arhat's figure flashed and appeared by Yin Zhaoge's side. His finger lightly tapped towards Yin Zhaoge's wrist. The change in Yin Zhaoge's move seemed to be completely within his expectations. Now, the two of them are like fellow apprentices who knew each other very well. Yin Zhaoge seemed to have purposely sent his flaw to the ear-digging Arhat. The ear-digging Arhat was famous in the blessed lands of Buddhism because of his ear root. The so-called ear root was one of the 6 sources of understanding that came from awakening. As for the so-called 6 sources of peace, the ear root was one of them. In Buddhism, other than not listening to all sorts of obscene voices, they were also not allowed to listen to other people's secrets. That Jiashi Venerable was extremely proficient in the ear root, which was why he was known as the ear-digging Arhat, to show that his ear root was clean. However, on the other hand, if his ear root wasn't clean and listened to other people's secrets, he would still be one of the few Buddhist banis of the same realm. While he had not become a Buddha, he still possessed the ability to read minds, being renowned under the heavens. At this moment, he was using this method to predict Yin Zhaoge's actions before restricting them. However, just as the ear-digging Arhat's finger was about to tap on Yin Zhaoge's wrist, Yin Zhaoge suddenly flipped his palm, The abruptness of that movement completely exceeded the ear-digging Arhot's expectations. It wasn't that Yin Zhaoge's movement was very fast and ingenious. Instead, it was as if this had been Yin Zhaoge's original intention. It wasn't that Yin Zhaoge had sent his vitals right before the ear-digging Arhot. Instead, it seemed like the ear-digging Arhot had purposefully stepped into Yin Zhaoge's trap. Yin Zhaoge opened and closed his fingers, directly grabbing the ear-digging Arhot's finger before twisting it. A crisp crack resounded. The finger of this Buddhist Banti, who was equivalent to a Taoist heavenly monarch, instantly shattered. Even more shocking was that the sound of shattering resounded unceasingly, spreading upwards along the ear-digging Arhat's finger, passing through his wrist to his arm, and then to his elbow, even continuing upwards. Jade-green light flickered within Yin Zhaoge's pupils. He possessed the peerless heavenly scripture, which allowed him to disregard supreme Buddhist martial arts, such as the mind-reading scripture. After cultivating in the origin heavenly scripture and the hearts will heavenly scripture, he could even create illusions, causing the ear-digging Arhot, who was originally unable to predict him, to make a ridiculous mistake. At this moment, under Yin Zhaoge's palm, the power of countless cyclic heavenly seals seemed to have been superimposed upon it, intertwining and changing in reverse, all of which were poured into the ear-digging Arhot's body. While he had only grabbed one of his fingers, it was as if countless cyclic heavenly seals had struck his body. Even with the sturdiness of the golden body of Buddhism, it instantly turned into fragile porcelain and was crushed into pieces by Yin Zhaoge. August Flying Eagle said sad face PS. Updated March 13th. Chapter 1589. The martial arts of the Buddhist sect comprehended the impermanence of life and death, the principles of the Vajra bubble and shadow. It was especially good at tempering the toughness of the body and the steadiness of the mind. After cultivating the golden body, one's defense would be so strong that it would be difficult for one's opponent to injure them. Even if his defenses were breached, the outcome wouldn't be too bad under normal circumstances. Most of the time, Buddhist martial artists would rely on the tyrannical golden body and adopt the method of exchanging injury for injury, thereby seeking victory in dangerous situations and defeating strong enemies. There was even no lack of legends of the weak defeating the strong. But now, a Buddhist supremacy who was equivalent to a Taoist heavenly monarch had his golden body shattered by an opponent of the same realm. Furthermore, it wasn't a direct slap. Instead, it was the combination of domineering strength and exquisite techniques. It was exquisite to the extreme, and it created a terrifying scene. Yin Zhaoge grabbed one of the ear-digging Arhot's fingers. At the same time that he shattered his finger, he also shattered his arm and wanted to shatter his entire body. The Buddhist light on the ear-digging Arhot's face dimmed, showing signs of decline. He took a deep breath, and a golden lamp suddenly lit up above his head, revealing his sarira. The martial arts of Buddhism were different from those of Taoism. When one mastered it to the peak, it would not be like the 3 flowers converging crown or the 5 chis gathering origin. However, the ear-digging Arhot now had the golden lamp and the sarira. He was already on par with the heavenly monarch of Taoism. At the juncture of life and death, the ear-digging Arhot dropped his sarira and overturned his golden lamp. With this boost, the strength of the ear-digging Arhot's ability skyrocketed. The glazed Buddha light on his golden body lit up once more, and his defensive capabilities increased to withstand Yin Zhaoge's overwhelming strength. At the same time, specks of lantern light accompanied a sarira descending from the sky, striking towards Yin Zhaoge, forcing him to let go. However, Yin Zhaoge did not move at all, a faint plain-colored cloud, qi emanating from the surface of his body, as at the same time, his body fluctuated between real and illusory, as though there was a void within. Under the combination of the grand, beginning bright emptiness form and the grand plainness immeasurable body, its defensive prowess was even stronger than most of Buddhism's golden body, supreme martial arts. It completely disregarded the descending lights. Even if that sarira came smashing towards him, it was still shattered by Yin Zhaoge's protective immortal essence. Meanwhile, Yin Zhaoge's palm force surged forward with an unstoppable momentum. Even when the ear-digging Arhut manifested the golden lamp Saraira and strengthened his golden body to the maximum, he was still hard-pressed to stand against Yin Zhaoge's ferocious, tyrannical strength. His arm was shattered all the way to his shoulder, wanting to spread throughout his entire body. Although the ear-digging Arhut was shocked, he did not panic. His expression was firm. He made a prompt decision and used his other hand to slash at his own shoulder. The flesh on the ear-digging Arhut's shoulder burst open, and the aftershock of the force caused cracks to appear on the ear-digging Arhut's golden body. Yin Zhaoge opened his palm. The ear-digging Arhut's arm had already turned into fine powder, no longer existing. His palm continued moving forward and instantly reached the top of the Buddhist Banny's head, who was already heavily injured and whose speed and strength had all been reduced. Not to mention Kailash Bodhisattva and Cloth Bag Arhut. Even Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva was surprised. After exchanging just 3 blows, the ear-digging Arhut, one of the 18 Arhats of the past whom Protector Yushan had battled at the same cultivation level, was actually about to be slain by Yin Zhaoge. A white Buddhist light descended and enveloped the ear-piercing Arhut's body. Yin Zhaoge's palm struck the white light. In an instant, the flesh and blood on the ear-digging Arhut's forehead trembled violently. White light flickered incessantly, and the tranquility that had lost its intelligence became extremely dazzling. It was the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva who protected him. The Bodhisattva eliminating barrier took the opportunity to shake the lotus flower in his hand. The Rui bead flashed with light and sucked in the ear-digging Arhut, finally saving the ear-digging Arhut. Even though the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva had saved the ear-gouging Arhut, he had also relieved some of the pressure on the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, allowing him to force back the 9-headed bug that was attempting to destroy the light barrier formed by the grand illusory spatial lightning. The 9-headed bug was greatly enraged as its eyeballs swiveled, a ferocious light flickering within as it looked towards Yin Zhaoge. He and the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva had originally intended to keep the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor behind as well, which was why they were in such a hurry to contact the outside world. Now that the 9-headed bug was enraged, it gave up on the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and lunged towards Yin Zhaoge and the others. Even if the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor were to escape, Yin Zhaoge and his son must remain behind. Looking at the white Buddha light blocking his palm, Yin Zhaoge let out a chuckle. A dense green light suddenly burst forth from his palm. As a brutal light flickered, a simple, unadorned sword appeared within Yin Zhaoge's hands. Cold green radiances circulated on the ancient sword. Rays of green radiances and dense sword lights devoured the cosmos, instantly illuminating the surrounding world with a greenish hue. Even the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva's all-encompassing white Buddha light was tainted with a green hue at its center, as if it was wounded. The radiant Buddha's kingdom of light was cut apart. Wherever the green radiances passed, the wisdom radiance's white flames seemed to have reached the end of its road, withering and dimming. With the sword in hand, Yin Zhaoge's entire aura changed. Wherever the sword lights passed, the Tao crumbled, and all arts were slashed apart. Immortal extermination. The horrifying green sword light streaked past, and the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva's Buddha light was forcefully slashed apart by Yin Zhaoge. After slashing apart the Buddha light, the sword instantly arrived in front of the ear-digging Arhut and the Bodhisattva eliminating barrier. After receiving the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva's protection, the ear-digging Arhut, who had just escaped from death, could only stare at the sword light with his mouth agape. The green radiances were silent, without any terrifying might. However, amidst this silence, it brought about the horror of the apocalypse. As the green radiances devoured, they soundlessly disintegrated the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva's Buddha light, extinguishing the eternal brightness Buddha fire. Soundlessly destroying the ear-digging Arhut's body was called the glazed golden body withering. Unlike Yin Zhaoge's previous cyclic heavenly seal, where the sword lights passed, the ear-digging Arhut's body didn't even have any additional wounds. Only a red dot suddenly appeared on his forehead. The green sword light immediately retracted, leaving only the dot on the ear-digging Arhut's forehead. Like a balloon leaking air, the faint glazed Buddha light continuously leaked out, unable to be suppressed. Along with it, the life of one of Buddhism's 18 Arhats also leaked out. With the immortal extermination sword in hand, Yin Zhaoge forcefully broke through the grand heavenly realm expert protection and killed the ear-digging Arhat right in front of the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva. With his attack succeeding, the immortal extermination sword in Yin Zhaoge's hand turned around and drew a graceful arc in mid-air, slashing towards another direction, which happened to block the nine-headed bug's crescent moon spade. Under the immortal extermination sword's miraculous circulation, it dissolved the grand heavenly realm expert's miraculousness to a certain extent, allowing Yin Zhaoge to slay the ear-digging Arhat before the nine-headed bug. Upon seeing this, the nine-headed bug was enraged. While the ear-digging Arhat was a Buddhist Bani and wasn't on the same path as him, how could this great demon not be enraged when Yin Zhaoge killed him right in front of him? His 9 heads roared in unison, causing a myriad of storms to wreak havoc. A single gale could slay countless Taishu heavenly monarchs. Now, hundreds and thousands of such gale condensed, slashing the heavens and splitting the earth, and slashing towards Yin Zhaoge. Jade green radiance flickered within Yin Zhaoge's eyes, and the immortal extermination sword in his hand changed. Countless sword lights intertwined, transforming into thousands of sword formations. They countered each other's moves and blocked the 9 heavens gale that was tearing the heavens apart. At the same time, the cloth sack Arhat suddenly appeared behind him. He held a bag in his hand and came crashing down towards his head. The cloth sack Arhat gave up on Gao Han and wanted to deal with him first. Yin Zhaoge raised his other hand and took the initiative to attack his opponent's bag. At this moment, his palm seemed to have transformed into an existence that resembled an axe, yet wasn't an axe, resembled a banner, yet wasn't. Chapter 1590. The cloth bag Arhat temporarily gave up on Gao Han and turned to cover Yin Zhaoge with his cloth bag. While the immortal exterminating sword in Yin Zhaoge's hand was ferocious, it still needed to withstand the 9-headed great sage's astral winds. If there was even the slightest mistake, he might be decapitated. As a result, the cloth bag Arhat grasped the opportunity and suddenly appeared behind Yin Zhaoge with every step he took. After the pocket was opened, the space inside was blurry, making it difficult to figure out. Its effect was similar to the peerless technique of the Wu Zhuang Guan, the heaven and earth, in the sleeve. The cloth bag Arhat's strength was naturally far from Zhen Yuanzi, who was a grand heavenly immortal. However, among the experts of the grand virtual realm, his technique was considered top-notch. Once an opponent of the same level was enveloped by his pocket, they would be lost within, unable to break free. However, a jade-green spiritual light flickered within Yin Zhaoge's eyes, as though he had long since anticipated the cloth bag Arhat's actions. When the cloth bag Arhat came behind him, his empty left hand was already raised. When the mouth of the sack was about to fall on him, his left hand had already stabbed into the sack. Streams of qi intertwined around Yin Zhaoge's left hand, resembling an axe, yet not an axe, resembling a banner, yet not a banner. The next moment, with Yin Zhaoge's left hand as the center, these streams of qi abruptly expanded and erupted in all directions. The heaven-splitting halberd had undergone another transformation. Break primal chaos. The concept of opening the primordial world and the beginning of creation. The primal chaos was broken, and from nothing came into being. The universe expanded, and all living things were born. As the terrifying airflow spread out, it directly shattered the chaotic space and time in the cloth bag Arhat's pocket. In the chaos, the earth, water, fire, and wind surged and exploded. Yet, beneath Yin Zhaoge's breaking chaos, the chaotic phenomena of earth, water, fire, and wind rapidly stabilized once more. From stability to chaos, and from chaos to stability, a new world and a new order were established. However, this order was no longer up to the cloth bag Arhut, breaking the old to welcome the new. Since a new world was born and a new era was established, everything of the old would be buried and destroyed. With a ripping sound, the cloth sack Arhut sack was forcibly ripped apart by Yin Zhaoga's strength. The cloth bag Arhut chanted the name of Buddha in a low voice, put away the damaged cloth bag, and quickly retreated. But at the same time, a palm suddenly appeared behind him. The palm was silent, as if it was hidden in the darkness. However, the moment this hand approached the cloth bag Arhut, it shone with dazzling light, even more resplendent than the sun. The boundless power struck the cloth bag Arhut's body, immediately causing his golden body to crack. It was Gao. The cloth bag Arhut abandoning him and turning to attack Yin Zhaoga was undoubtedly equivalent to letting Gao go free. The reason why the cloth bag Arhut dared to do so was because there was a bodhisattva who would help him block Gao. There was no need for verbal communication. This bit of tacit understanding and eyesight was not lacking. The bodhisattva exorcism was unable to protect the ear-digging Arhut, but he did not have time to think. Seeing the movements of the cloth bag Arhut, he very tacitly changed his position to block Gao. However, Gao, who had always concealed his abilities, first raised the holy radiance banner that he had never taken out before and blocked the lotus flower rui beads in Gai Jia Bodhisattva's hands. Then, the palm force that was imprinted on the cloth bag Arhut's back changed from darkness to light, and then back to darkness again. The cloth bag Arhut originally circulated the profundities of gathered truths and performed various Buddhist defensive supreme martial arts, intending to hide his pain and frustrations and dissolve Gaohan's attack. However, Gaohan's sun suddenly changed from bright to dark and mysterious. The chilly power followed the cloth bag Arhut's gathered truths and entered his body. It was like maggots on his bones, causing the cloth bag Arhut to be unable to withstand it. At the same time, after the pearl in the Bodhisattva exorcism's hand was blocked by Gaohan's holy radiance banner, he immediately changed his move. The Bodhi's wisdom transformed into the Vajra's angry eyes and attacked Gaohan with the Vajra exorcism's great virtue. Gaohan's entire body seemed to be enveloped by boundless darkness. In Yin Zhaoga's eyes, this scene was like the rebirth of the exalted, concealed luminary, Yang Su, who had reached the duo flowers converge prominence virtual immortal realm. The cloth bag Arhut's defensive technique was broken by Gaohan. Instead, it was filled with insidious venom. The Bodhisattva exorcism's attack was cleverly dispelled by Gaohan. Although his figure was shaken by the Bodhisattva exorcism's attack, it was no big deal. After further injuring the cloth bag Arhut, causing him to temporarily lose his combat prowess, Gaohan's aura changed once again. Within the darkness, radiances blossomed. He turned around and forcefully clashed with the Bodhisattva exorcism's Vajra technique. He was no longer in a passive position. Yin Zhaoga's chaos breaking tore apart the cloth bag Arhut's pocket. The nine-headed bug was enraged. The three flowers converged prominence above his head roared. He abandoned the crescent moon shovel and transformed his body. This demon race great sage revealed the heavenly law's embodiment and transformed into a nine-headed strange bird. His figure covered the skies and covered the sun. His nine heads cried out in unison, causing stars to descend. The surrounding cosmos displayed the phenomenon of a meteor shower. Countless storms swept across the void. Green radiances flickered within Yin Zhaoga's eyes, forming numerous runes with indecipherable meanings. He wielded the immortal extermination sword. As his sword arts changed, he pushed his control over the ancient sword to its limits. The dense green sword lights intersected, forming one sword formation after another, blocking the storms. For most grand virtual immortals, the amount of power consumed by each sword formation was an astronomical figure. However, Yin Zhaoga possessed many supreme martial arts, and his accumulation was extremely deep. Even facing such a huge consumption, he was still calm and composed. His attacks were flawless, not allowing the nine-headed bug to find an opening. On the other side, the battle between Yin Di and the hundred-eyed demon lord was also reaching its climax. Under the obstruction of the dense yellow light fog, Yin Di's saber was still descending bit by bit, getting closer and closer to the hundred-eyed demon lord. Although its speed was slow, its momentum was unstoppable. The hundred-eyed demon lord was furious. He suddenly gave up on defending and waved his sword. The dense yellow river of sword chi slashed towards Yin Di. As the obstruction disappeared, Yin Di's saber also sped up, slashing towards the hundred-eyed demon lord. Both sides were now attacking each other, and both sides were about to suffer heavy losses. It was just like the battle between the hundred-eyed demon lord and Feng Yunsheng. However, the hundred-eyed demon lord was feeling extremely helpless. He never thought that he would be forced to such a state again. However, what made him even angrier was that although Yin Di's figure was unable to move after being enveloped by the golden yellow fog of the thousand eyes, a colorless lotus suddenly bloomed above Yin Di's head. The blurry lotus was like a blurry nebula, spreading out and surging. The hundred-eyed demon lord's sword chi slashed towards Yin Di and was blocked by the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. The Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud rolled a few times, and the hundred-eyed demon lord's sword chi disappeared like a clay ox entering the ocean, not harming Yin Di at all. On the other side, Yin Di's saber light had already landed on the hundred-eyed demon lord's head. The hundred-eyed demon lord's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Fortunately, the great strength bodhisattva made a move again. Bright Buddha light that resembled white flames descended, blocking Yin Di's saber for the hundred-eyed demon lord. However, as the great strength bodhisattva was distracted, he was immediately surrounded by the southern extremity longevity emperor's thunderbolts. Chapter 1591. As the thunderbolts rumbled, not only did they surround the Masthemaprapta bodhisattva, they even rumbled towards the nine-headed bug, forcing it to temporarily relax its attack on Yin Zhaoge. However, the Masthemaprapta bodhisattva wasn't anxious. Instead, he looked at the immortal exterminating sword in Yin Zhaoge's hand thoughtfully. The Zhu Xian sword's green light extinguished, breaking all laws. But at the same time, it could easily alarm higher-level existences. The winds and clouds in the universe surged. The curtain of lightning that the southern extremity longevity monarch had created using the grand illusory spatial thunder suddenly became unstable, as if it was enduring a sudden pressure. A Tao Father has been moved. Whether it was the southern extremity longevity emperor himself or the Mahasthemaprapta bodhisattva and the nine-headed bug, they all knew what was going on. The Tao ancestor did not really descend, but his attention had clearly shifted over. The southern extremity longevity emperor's secret art could stop the grand heavenly realm Mahasthemaprapta bodhisattva and the nine-headed bug from transmitting any information. However, once the Tao Father willed it, there would be nowhere for him to hide. Under such circumstances, the southern extremity longevity emperor would have to go into hiding as soon as possible. Yin Zhaoge couldn't continue wielding the immortal exterminating sword either. While the immortal exterminating sword was a weapon, its current owner, Yin Zhaoge, had yet to reach the grand heavenly realm. However, the current situation was special. It was hard to say if any Tao ancestor would make an exception. Yin Zhaoge, the southern extremity longevity emperor, and the others immediately forced their opponents to retreat and started leaving the universe. The Mahasthemaprapta bodhisattva and a nine-headed great sage immediately switched from defense to offense. The nine-headed bug's rage had also subsided now as it had calmed down, only seeking to delay Yin Zhaoge's group from leaving. Against an opponent of the same level, if one did not want to fight to the death and only wanted to retreat, the chances of success were very high. But as for how to retreat, the situation was different. Without the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles as speed advantage, Yin Zhaoge, the southern extremity longevity emperor, and the others wouldn't be able to escape from the great strength bodhisattva and the nine-headed bug's entanglement. But if he delayed for a while and waited for the others to arrive, it would be hard to say whether he could leave or not. The Mahasthemaprapta bodhisattva and the nine-headed bug were well aware of this, which was why they were constantly harassing Yin Zhaoge and the immortal exterminating sword. But right at this moment, the lightning barrier was broken, and a heavy and vigorous force attacked from the outside. Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva's Buddha light and the nine-headed bug's astral wind collided with the dark yellow and heavy radiance. Both the Buddha and the demon frowned. Earth Empress Ho Di. It was as though infinite soil had enveloped the surrounding area, helping Yin Zhaoge and the others to block the path of their pursuers. Thunder rumbled from the southern extremity longevity monarch's side. The lightning bolts landed on the soil, but the soil did not shatter. Instead, innumerable towering trees began to grow furiously. In an instant, a primitive forest suddenly appeared in the vast universe. The area covered by the forest was so vast that it seemed to fill up the entire galaxy. The trees were so tall that they exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. Each of them was like a pillar that supported the heavens. The lush branches and leaves were like a cage, trapping even grand heavenly realm experts like the nine-headed bug and Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva within. In the next moment, astral winds raged like sharp blades, chopping down the towering trees one after another. The bright Buddha's light also illuminated the dark world under the shade of the tree, and it continued to expand outwards, pushing down the jungle. Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva and the nine-headed bug easily broke through the encirclement. However, Yin Zhaoge, the southern extremity longevity emperor, and the others were nowhere to be seen. The Bodhisattva eliminating barrier hugged the ear-digging Arhat's corpse, while the cloth sack Arhat's golden body dimmed stood beside him. The two Buddhist Bantis sighed. The hundred-eyed demon lord had yet to recover from his shock, and his expression was extremely ugly. The nine-headed bug transformed back into his human form, and his expression was even uglier than the hundred-eyed demon lord's. Earth Queen. The Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva's expression remained calm. He merely looked at the ear-digging Arhat's corpse with a benevolent expression. A silhouette could be vaguely seen moving within the void. After a short while, the Dipankar ancient Buddha and other Buddhist experts, as well as the group of great demons led by the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, appeared within the universe. Taoist Hudo acted, but she couldn't stop them, said the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva. The Dipankara ancient Buddha's expression remained calm. Taoist Hutu acted again. Only, I wonder if Taoist Xuandu would join in as well. He softly said, previously, it was the Jade Illusory Palace. Could it be the Rock Jade Palace this time? Taking the chance to look for the Rock Jade Palace, said the Rock of 10,000 cloudy miles coldly. The Dipankara ancient Buddha pondered. If we're talking about the prime, clear lineage's treasures, there's one that's rather special. It was so special that it was comparable to the immortal extermination formation. The Six Soul Banner. During the ancient era's investiture of the Gods' War, after the prime clear lord of numinous treasure lost the immortal extermination formation, he refined a new treasure known as the Six Soul Banner. The names of the primordial lord of heaven and virtue, Taoist of guidance, Taoist Juani, and two others were written on it. They were all crucial figures in the investiture of the Gods' War. Unfortunately, the 10,000 Immortals formation was destroyed by his opponents. When the Lord of Numinous Treasure was surrounded by the other Tao ancestors, he wanted to activate the Six Soul Banner. However, the long-eared, light-calming immortal, who was in charge of the Six Soul Banner, disobeyed his master's orders and hid the Six Soul Banner amidst the chaos. After the 10,000 Immortals formation battle ended, the long-eared, light-calming immortal brought the Six Soul Banner to meet the other Tao ancestors. There were 6 names on the Six Soul Banner. 2 of them could not withstand the treasure's power, so the Tao ancestors removed their names. Then, the 4 Tao ancestors showed their powers and took a hit from the Six Soul Banner. However, they came out unscathed, leaving everyone in awe. The exhausted Six Soul Banner was originally held by the prime, clear lord of Tao and virtue. After the 3 pure ones transcended, the Six Soul Banner returned to the prime clear and was placed back in the Green Touring Palace. However, the Green Touring Palace disappeared without a trace. Whether the Six Soul Banner was still there became a question. This treasure was very special. It was refined by the Lord of Numinous Treasure in order to turn defeat into victory and deal with the other Tao ancestors. Afterwards, it seemed that this intention had failed. However, there were some controversies. For example, was the six-soul banner still complete after removing two names? Was its power at the Lord of Numinous Treasure's original expectations? Moreover, was the long-eared, light-calming, immortal six-soul banner the same as the Tao Ancestor Realm Lord of Numinous Treasure's six-soul banner? Of course, why did the Lord of Numinous Treasure not take the banner himself, but let the long-eared, light-calming, immortal carry it? As for how powerful the six-soul banner was, it was one of the biggest mysteries of the ancient epic. However, this treasure was indeed special. It was so special that the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the Masdhammaprapta Bodhisattva could go with the flow and pretend to investigate with all their might. It was as if they were being lured away from their territory, diverting their attention and neglecting the immortal, extinguishing ancient sword. Compared to the yellow earth apricot flag, the six-soul banner was undoubtedly more convincing. The green Turing Palace is the same as the Jade Void Palace. It's already empty, right? Asked the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. The Dipankara ancient Buddha answered, someone might know better. He looked at the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles and the other great demons. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles frowned and said to a demon race, small saint beside him, contact the central blessed lands of Saha and ask the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. Chapter 1592. The Dingguang Joyous Buddha was also the long-eared Dingguang Immortal from ancient times. After betraying the prime, clear lineage of Taoism, he joined the Western sect and became a Buddha of the central blessed lands of Saha. When Amithrya Buddha changed the name of the central blessed lands of Saha to the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha was gravely injured and fell back to the grand virtual realm. His foundation was damaged, making it hard for him to return to his previous state. In the end, in order to return to the grand heavenly realm, he entered the blessed lands of the White Lotus and attained the heretic Buddhahood. Back then, it was he who had been ordered to protect the six-soul banner. Later on, he had hidden the six-soul banner and escaped. That was why both the Dipankara Buddha and the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles thought of him. Hearing the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles and the other great demons still addressing the blessed lands of the White Lotus as the central blessed lands of Saha, the Dipankara ancient Buddha did not show any reaction. He merely stood by the side, quietly. When the reply arrived, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles frowned and said, according to the Dingguang Joyous Buddha, the six-soul banner might have really been returned to the green Turing Palace. Thou friend Dingguang, please help us search. Dipankara ancient Buddha said as he placed his palms together. Masdhammaprapta Bodhisattva and the other Buddhist venerables stood behind him with solemn expressions. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles didn't waste any time and immediately ordered someone to contact the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. Both sides stood together, and the atmosphere was somewhat stifling. The Buddhist venerables' expressions were unfriendly when the ear-digging Arhut died. On the demon race's side, the nine-headed bug and the 100-eyed demon lord were gritting their teeth. Qiushu Immortal recalled how he had suffered a loss against Yin Zhaoga and the others when they were searching for the immortal exterminating sword. The six-soul banner and the celestial slaying sword are important, but we have to capture the remaining members of the Tao faction first, the nine-headed great sage said coldly. Their power has been growing too fast these past few years. The Dipankara ancient Buddha said, this is part of the problem. Otherwise, we wouldn't have joined hands to kill them all these years. At this moment, everyone seemed to be even more united against the same enemy. However, in the depths of their hearts, they had other ideas. If it wasn't for Immortal Luya's reminder, I would have been fooled by Ubaldi's. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles thought to himself, let's see what you're up to. Once you start fighting against the immortal court and the three clear lineages, I'll take care of all of you. After successfully breaking out of the encirclement, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the Queen of Earth's earthly god concealed themselves within the void and vanished. Yin Zhaoge also kept the immortal extermination sword. All right, time to proceed to the next stage. Unfortunately, Elder Lord did not point out the direction to Green Turing Palace. Gao Han sighed. Otherwise, if the 6-Old banner really is in Jade Turing Palace, and we were able to find it, it would be another great opportunity. It's still unknown whether the 6-Old banner is in the roving Jade Palace. We can think about it later. Let's focus on the present, said Yin Zhaoge. Father and son, please don't hold back. Gao Han said with a faint smile. I will continue to set up a deceptive formation here and complete the final act until the truth comes to light. Thank you, Brother Gao. Yin Zhaoge said, if Taoist Gao is able to make it in time, why don't you join in on the fun as well? This concerns the future of our Taoism. Success or failure hinges on this. Gao Han smiled and said, just like what Taoist Yin said, if I can make it in time, I will definitely do my best. Only, I'm not like the grand heavenly immortal who can arrive in time. Hopefully, I won't be late. Then, let us part ways here. Take care, Taoist Gao. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di transformed into rainbow lights and disappeared into the depths of the cosmos. Gao Han watched them leave and muttered to himself, is the immortal extermination formation really going to reappear within the world? After Yin Zhaoge and Gao Di bade farewell to Gao Han, they started concealing their tracks and went to meet up with Su Fei, Gao Qingxian, and the others. The moment they met, Gao Qingxian did not waste any time. She immediately took out an ancient sword that flickered with red radiance. Only, the immortal trapping sword's hilt was pasted with a talisman. Yin Zhaoge handed the immortal extermination sword to Gao Qingxian and received the immortal trapping sword. Then he took out the clues he obtained from the Taoist Wei Heavenly Lord's cave manor and started searching for the final immortal ending sword. Even though he knew that the immortal ending sword was in the hands of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the immortal court, he still had to do what he had to do. Since he wanted to lay a trap to trick Yin Zhaoge and the others, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord had to be willing to use the bait. He couldn't possibly bring the immortal ending sword along with him to fight against the future Buddha. The immortal ending sword must have been abandoned somewhere within the void's boundless outskirts. Of course, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord must have taken care of that place as well. As long as Yin Zhaoge and the others approached it, they would be welcomed by a raging storm. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord might have personally descended there after abandoning the future Buddha and the humanly essence stone fragment. For those of Taoism, nothing ventured, nothing gained. As such, they had to find this place first. This time, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's technique would serve as a reminder to his opponents. His opponents would remain silent and wait for Yin Zhaoge and the others to walk right into their trap. Yin Zhaoge and the others were also aware of what they were about to face. Everyone was aware of it. However, they still had to continue acting in order to obtain an advantage for themselves. Let's go. After Yin Zhaoge finished his technique, he kept the talisman of new life and led the way. Their destination was a vast starry river. Amidst the surging stars, there were actually majestic water veins rampaging within the void. The cold cosmos didn't freeze, and the blazing stars didn't evaporate as well. The surging river water flowed endlessly, merging with the stars and transforming into a vast starry river. Yin Zhaoge and the others felt their hearts trembling upon seeing this. After the great calamity, the starry river stopped flowing. I didn't expect to see such a majestic water vein. Gao Qingxian praised. Looking at its scale, it's still inferior to the starry river recorded in the ancient texts. However, it should have been formed from a remnant portion of the starry river. After observing for a while, Yin Zhaoge said, compared to the starry river tributary where Bright Connection who perished, it's much more majestic. He chuckled. The immortal court really went through a lot of effort to lure us into their trap. Yin Zhaoge was familiar with the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation, which required a large water vein to be laid down. To him, this place seemed like a natural home field. Even if the Mastamapprapta Bodhisattva, the Nine-Headed Bug, or even the Dipankara Ancient Buddha and the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles arrived, Taoism would still stand a chance against them. However, Yin Zhaoge didn't think so. This place was the Immortal Court's true home field. Yin Zhaoge's 9 Bends Yellow River Formation originated from the Heavenly Court's divine palace. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord might also possess the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation's formation diagram. No matter if it was the future Buddha or the Eastern sovereignty, they could easily break through this formation. However, Taoism didn't have a Tao ancestor of similar strength to them. While Yin Zhaoge was proficient in formations, a virtual immortal like him had to compete against a Tao ancestor for the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation's control rights. Fortunately, the Tao sect was not completely out of ideas. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. Yin Zhaoge stroked his chin and laughed self-mockingly. Then, he stepped into the sky river vein. Chapter 1593. After entering the Heavenly River's water vein, there was an endless flow of the Heavenly River's water. These streams of water would not freeze or boil. Even if they were in the cosmos, the water temperature would not change. It was difficult to describe them as water in the general sense. The river water flowed in an endless stream. It seemed ordinary, but it was extremely heavy. There was an ancient saying, "The sky has the Milky Way, and the earth has the Chun River." It was said that there had been a river in pre-Great Calamity, times known as the Heavy River. As its name suggested, the river water was extremely heavy. Even though it was only a single drop, it was already as heavy as 30,000 caddies. The earth could not bear it, so it could only flow and collapse underground, hence the name Sunken River. However, the water in the Milky Way was even heavier than the water in the Chun River. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to bear the weight of those stars that looked small from afar, but were actually enormous. With their current strength, Yin Zhaoge and the others were able to explode stars. As such, there were no obstructions in traversing the Heavenly River. Still, walking within, Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly as he seemed to be thinking about something. Following the guidance of the talismans, they gradually slowed down and felt that they were getting closer and closer to their goal. Finally, Yin Zhaoge's group parted the river water. Gazing into the distance, they could see that there was actually an empty space in the middle of the vast, surging river water. In the blank space, the stars were far away and the river was flowing around. There, a simple and unadorned longsword floated quietly in the air, looking ordinary and unremarkable. However, as long as the stars and the water showed any signs of approaching, the sword would immediately produce a trace of white gas. It was so faint that it was almost transparent, but this white gas would naturally form a domain, causing everything that came close to it to collapse and disintegrate. It was the immortal slaying ancient sword, one of the 4 immortal slaying swords. It had once been a supreme treasure of the prime, clear lineage of Taoism. After the ancient investitures of the gods' war, it had fallen into the hands of the Jade, clear bigwig, the lord of the Taoist Wei Heavenly King. It had only disappeared after the Great Calamity in this era. The Taoist Heavenly Lord had died long ago, and this sword had finally reappeared in front of the world today. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge and the others all held their breaths lightly. Under the premise that he already knew, there was no surprise, and he might even face unprecedented danger later. Still, looking at the legendary ancient sword, the final sword of the immortal exterminating 4 swords appearing before them, with only this final step missing, Yin Zhaoge and the others could not help but feel agitated. They looked at each other, nodded, and slowly walked forward. The immortal trapping sword in Yin Zhaoge's hand and the immortal exterminating sword in Gao Qingxuan's hand trembled slightly. The immortal extinguishing sword in front of him also vibrated slightly. However, it was also at this moment that before Yin Zhaoge and the others could approach, the situation suddenly changed. The celestial extermination ancient sword suddenly released rays of terrifying jade light. The water vein of the heavenly river that everyone was in also changed. Talismans made of jade light abruptly appeared in the river and on every star. That celestial extermination ancient sword suspended in the river, under the reflection of the jade light, in a trance, actually gradually turned into a shadow and disappeared. What replaced it was a white jade gate that was faintly discernible in the heavenly river. A vast, lofty, authoritative aura manifested, suppressing Yin Zhaoge and the others to the point that their thoughts became sluggish, virtually unable to move at all. The immeasurable heavenly venerate. Everyone was well aware of this. Inside and outside the jade door, time and space seemed to blur. The minds of Yin Zhaoge and the others were slightly dazed as they could only feel that while they were standing outside the door, at some unknown point in time, they seemed to have already entered within. The might of the Tao realm was fully manifested at this moment. The immeasurable heavenly venerate didn't even truly descend upon this heavenly river. Instead, through the immortal extermination ancient sword that he had secretly refined and the mechanism he had set up, he had reversed the heavens and earth, intending to suck Yin Zhaoge and the others away and bring them to his side. However, Yin Zhaoge and the others were already prepared for this. The water of the heavenly river broke apart. As the void shook, one after another powerful existence descended. Some were blazing like fire, some were piercingly cold like swords, some were surging like thunder, and some were as heavy as the ground. After being shown by the jade light of the heavenly river, these miraculous scenes lost some of their miraculousness, and their true forms were revealed. One of them walked in front. He had a tall figure, and his hair was short, which was different from the current world's customs. His hair stood up, and his facial features were masculine and resolute. His entire body was filled with blazing power. It had been a long time since the exalted fire luminary, Suo Mingzhong. Cut! A deep voice resounded. The short-haired man straightened his palm like a saber and made a downward, slashing motion in the air. Within the heavenly river, rays of jade light drifted everywhere like broken ribbons of light. The jade door's action of capturing Yin Zhaoge and the others was instantly stopped. At the same time, the incongruous Divine Mother, who was dressed in white and had the aura of a lone sharp sword, came closer. She extended her hand towards the immortal, ending ancient sword that was already illusory and was about to disappear. The southern extremity longevity emperor, who wore a crown, and the Earth Queen, who was dressed in luxurious clothes, appeared together. A few Taoism heavenly lords who were still active in the current world descended together. However, the white jade door that shocked the universe was also starting to materialize from illusory. Its power was getting stronger and stronger, and its aura was getting clearer and clearer. It was also preventing the incongruous Divine Mother from retrieving the sword. The immeasurable heavenly Lord had decided to descend here with his true body. At this moment, as heavenly music lingered, the great Taoist Xiandu, who sat on the 9-colored lotus throne and had the 10 extremities crane cover, also appeared in the heavenly river basin. He was holding a zither with only 4 strings on it. The great Taoist Xiandu didn't pluck the strings. Instead, he held the zither and directly stepped into the jade door. At this moment, it was as if a shapeless force was plucking the strings of the zither. With a buzzing sound, the remaining string on the zither broke once again. As soon as this zither string broke, a ray of radiance rose from the broken zither, transforming into a massive 8 trigrams diagram. It directly stopped the process of the jade door turning from illusory to tangible. The jade radiance in the universe seemed to have frozen. The immortal ending sword that was about to disappear was also left behind. The incongruous Divine Mother immediately took the sword. The immortal exterminating 4 swords finally returned to the 3 clear lineages' hands. After entering the incongruous Divine Mother's hands, the immortal ending sword was still trembling. Jade radiance flowed on the surface of the sword. This sword was once refined by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. At this moment, its owner was still the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. However, the incongruous Divine Mother's expression remained unchanged. As she took the immortal ending sword, she also took out another sword. It was the Qingping sword. After the prime, clear numinous treasure, Heavenly Lord's ancestor transcended. This sword fell into the incongruent's Divine Mother's hands. In the past, when Gao Qingxian and the other roving Jade Seven opened up the roving Jade Heavens, they had borrowed the power of this sword. Unlike the immortal exterminating four swords, the Qingping sword was very special. It was difficult for the incongruent's Divine Mother to use it as a weapon to defend against enemies. However, this sword had its own wonders. At this moment, it was put to use. The incongruent's Divine Mother placed it together with the immortal ending sword. After being shown by the Qingping sword radiance, the Jade radiance on the immortal ending sword immediately began to fade. Fushi's remnant zither. At this moment, a voice sounded in the universe. It was distant and ethereal, and it was hard to tell whether it was male or female. It seemed to have come from the white jade door, but also seemed to be ringing in everyone's ears. Its tone was calm and without any fluctuations. There's still 3 more strings. As the voice sounded, the solidified jade radiance began to glow with vitality again. The 8 trigrams diagram on the white jade door also began to become blurry. The jade door gradually became clear again. At the same time, Buddhist chanting suddenly sounded in the sky. The water of the heavenly river split apart, and Buddhist light shone. It was boundless and immeasurable, and it also descended. Chapter 1594. Under the majestic sound of Sanskrit, the light of Buddha illuminated the universe, and one green lotus after another arrived in the heavenly river. On the green lotus sat the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, Buddha of sandalwood merit, victorious fighting Buddha, and many other Buddhist experts. It wasn't just the Buddhist experts who were searching for the awakened sky cosmos. A portion of the Buddhist bandits who were on the other side of the battlefield with the demon race were also summoned back to participate in today's battle. It's really the Fushi zither. Did fellow Taoist Luya exchange it for you? Ancient Buddha Randang looked at the zither in great Taoist Master Xiandu's arms. There are still 3 zither strings. The Fushi zither was rumored to be the personal treasure of Emperor Shi, who was one of the 3 sovereigns in the Archean era, along with Emperor Hua and Emperor Dong. It was heavily damaged, and its whereabouts were unknown after the Archean era. Now that it had finally reappeared in the world, only 4 strings were left of the broken zither. Be it Tao Lord Luya or the great Taoist Master Xiandu, none of them could take the initiative to control the Fushi zither to fight against the enemy. However, when enduring the might of the Tao realm, it could be used to block a Tao ancestor for a moment. However, every time he used it, a string would break, until it was completely exhausted. Now, the great Taoist Master Xiandu had used that zither to temporarily stop the heavenly lord of the immeasurable from descending and help the goddess Wudong obtain the immortal slaying ancient sword. However, the Kanate Taiji diagram quickly dissipated. Clearly, it would only last for a moment. The immeasurable heavenly venerate continued to move. The white jade door flashed, and the second string of the Fushi zither in great Taoist Master Xiandu's arms began to tremble. But right at this moment, the jade gate suddenly shook violently. It was as if on the other side, the immeasurable heavenly lord himself was being disturbed and obstructed. That's good. Yin Zhaoge, the great Taoist Xiandu, and the others let out a sigh of relief. The one obstructing the heavenly lord of the immeasurable might very well be the future Buddha. The immeasurable heavenly lord had originally intended to stop pestering the future Buddha, directly abandoning the humanly essence stone fragment and allowing the future Buddha to refine it as he himself would descend here and take down Yin Zhaoge and the others, as well as the immortal exterminating 4 swords. However, the future Buddha, who already knew of his scheme, temporarily put aside his own process of refining the humanly essence stone shards and turned around to attack the immeasurable heavenly lord, making it difficult for him to escape. The positions of both sides had been reversed. Yin Zhaoge, Yang Jian, and the others had purposely leaked the information about the immortal ending ancient sword being in the immortal court to the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus naturally wished to obtain the immortal extermination formation as well. Because of the immortal extinguishing sword, the immeasurable heavenly lord clearly had the advantage of striking first. The future Buddha would definitely not allow him to succeed. The two heretic Tao fathers were once more locked in a fierce, explosive contest. Of course, this didn't mean that the future Buddha or the Eastern monarch Tai were helping the orthodox Taoism. They were doing this for their own sake. Yin Zhaoge could easily guess that other than the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the other Buddhism bigwigs, the demon race great sages led by Taoist Liu Ye had already arrived. The battle between the two heretic sects, which was already entangled with each other, became even more intense. In this battle, heroes had gathered, and powerful enemies were everywhere. However, for the direct disciples of the Tao sect, being able to maintain the battle at a level below the Tao realm was already a blessing in disguise, and it was difficult for them to ask for more. Even so, they would still face attacks from all sorts of powerful enemies. In fact, it was not impossible for the Tao ancestor to temporarily put aside their conflict and still attack them first. If they won this battle, it would be akin to a carp leaping through the dragon's gate, gaining boundless opportunities. If they lost, they might be completely annihilated, and Taoism's direct lineage's backbone would be completely shattered. Yin Zhaoge and the others were united. They could only fight. The North Ocean clone, Xue Fei, and Pan Pan simultaneously manifested their golden bodies of the great sage, and their demonic qi surged towards the skies. Suo Mingzhong, Yin Di, and the others also took the initiative to welcome the Western Paradise's Buddhas. However, at the same time, the heavenly river that everyone was in suddenly surged with numerous formation patterns, which flickered with radiance. The originally clear river water instantly turned dark yellow. At the same time, gusts of black winds blew by. Nine Bin's yellow river formation. The immortal quartz people didn't appear in large numbers like the Western Pure Land's Buddhist bandies. Only the percussion heavenly lord appeared. He stood on a faraway star and didn't approach it. His silhouette disappeared within the black winds and yellow river along with the star. The Nine Bin's yellow river formation here was created by the immeasurable heavenly lord. Only, the immeasurable heavenly lord had yet to personally descend. He was guided by the percussion heavenly lord. However, even so, Yin Zhaoge and the others could already feel its might. Even a grand heavenly lord had to be wary of it. Although there was no chaotic golden dipper, the seclusion immortal mantra, an immortal bewitching pill personally refined by the Tao ancestor, still managed to mesmerize everyone. What goes around comes around. Yin Zhaoge laughed at himself. However, he wasn't afraid. The incongruence divine mother's expression was calm. She was the only Taoism's grand heavenly immortal who wasn't prepared to make a move. She had a more important mission, which was to cleanse the immeasurable heavenly lord's traces within the immortal ending sword with the green duckweed sword's assistance. She handed the immortal slaughtering sword over to Yin Zhaoge and Gao Qingxian. This time, Yin Zhaoge and the others went all out. They risked the danger of the four ancient swords falling into the enemy's hands and brought all three swords with them. Gao Qingxian and her clone arrived together. Yin Zhaoge immediately started establishing the immortal extermination formation. After attaining the 5 Qis unifications, with his exquisite formation attainments and the assistance of Gao Qingxian and her clone, the three of them could establish the immortal extermination formation. Although the formation before them wasn't complete, its might was already extremely ferocious. When the incongruence divine mother successfully refined the immortal ending sword and gathered all 4 swords, the immortal extermination formation would be completed. By then, the tables would be turned. As the surging golden radiances surged, the ferocious sword intent engulfed the entire area. The illusory sword lights transformed into 4 doors, which stood at the 4 corners of the formation. The immortal extermination sword, immortal slaughtering sword, and immortal trapping sword hovered above 3 of the doors. White radiance is condensed into the illusory, immortal ending sword on the fourth door as well. Under the immortal extermination formation's presence, the destructive, baleful chi continuously shook the nine bends yellow river formation formed by the surrounding heavenly river. Two formations that were infamous for several eras were set up at the same spot, causing a rare clash. One of them was set up by the Tao ancestor, and the other's infamy was missing a corner. Although the immortal extermination formation was set up as a backup, the number one slaughtering formation in history was too ferocious. The golden radiances and yellow mists it stirred continuously clashed against the black winds in Yellow River. The immortal extermination formation setup was affected by the nine bends Yellow River formation, causing its progress to slow down. The four doors rose and fell unsteadily. The ancient swords hanging on the doors were also shaking, unable to exert any force. Similarly, the nine bends Yellow River formation's power was dispersed by the immortal extermination formation, rendering it ineffective. The black winds blew and stopped, while the dark Yellow River rose and fell. At this moment, the two sides continued to wrestle, causing the entire heavenly river to tremble. It was as if an enraged dragon was rampaging within the void's outskirts. Although the immortal extermination four swords had fallen into the hands of the Taoism lineage, the Dipankar ancient Buddha and the other Buddhism bigwigs didn't seem dejected or fearful. Instead, they all pounced towards the immortal extermination formation, which was unable to unleash its full might. The group of Taoism grand heavenly immortals didn't retreat and immediately went forward. The golden body of the great sage formed by Yin Zhaoge's North Ocean clone took the lead. He raised the Ru-E golden cudgel and struck towards the victorious fighting Buddha. Both sides were fighting for time. Within the heavenly river, a battle instantly broke out. Chapter 1595. Coward, take this. The demon monkey raised the Ru-E golden cudgel and slammed it towards the dignified Buddha. Ever since Yin Zhaoge wreaked havoc in the immortal court, the victorious Buddha fought the immortal court once again. The victorious fighting Buddha looked at the demon monkey, then at the Ru-E golden cudgel. His expression was calm. When he revealed his golden body, everyone was startled. His 18 arms held various treasures such as jade umbrella cover, flower jar, fish intestines, divine pestle, treasured file, golden bell, golden bow, silver halberd, and banners. However, unlike before, the current victorious fighting Buddha's golden body didn't have the original 20 heads. Instead, it had 22. Losing the Ru-E golden cudgel in the past allowed him to let go of his past. While he lost his divine weapon, his cultivation improved. Everyone present was a top-notch figure, and they immediately understood what was going on. The victorious fighting Buddha's cultivation was learned from Grandmaster Subhuti and the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit. Grandmaster Subhuti was the Tathagata Buddha, who was also the Western sect's second sect master, Taoist Junti. To the top-notch bigwig experts present, this information wasn't a secret anymore. In the past, when Taoist Junti fought against others, he manifested a golden body with 24 heads and 18 arms. The current victorious fighting Buddha was clearly a step closer to Taoist Junti's golden body. However, Yin Zhaoge's North Ocean clone's golden body of the great sage didn't care about it all. Instead, he swung the Ru-E golden cudgel and slammed it down. The victorious fighting Buddha's 18 arms flipped around, attacking and defending. He blocked the demon monkey's attack and retaliated. After nearly 100 years of cultivation, his previous injuries had already recovered. Now he was at his peak condition and had even improved. In the past, he could already suppress a single golden body of the great sage before his injuries had fully recovered. Now, he was even stronger. However, now that the Ru-E golden cudgel appeared in the demon monkey's hands, the situation had changed. The victorious fighting Buddha was clearer than anyone else about how ruthless and tyrannical this super weapon was. Although his injuries had recovered and his cultivation had improved, he was currently facing the monkey who was wielding the divine metal treasure. Instead, He was trying his best to delay Yin Zhaoge's golden body of the great sage. The battle between the two sides immediately became white-hot. They fought to the heavens and the earth, and it was like a wildfire. While Shuefei and Pan Pan didn't have the Ru-Yi golden cudgel in their hands, they were still domineering and domineering. They could go against grand heavenly realm Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, while they could sweep through a group of grand virtual realm Buddhist bandies, preventing them from getting close to Yin Zhaoge and the immortal extermination formation. This time, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was up against the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit. The Buddha opened his mouth and spouted a deluge of heavenly flowers. The Celestial Venerable raised his hand and summoned lightning. Golden, green, red. The lotus flowers materialized into a sea of flowers that engulfed the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. In the next moment, thunderclaps resounded in succession, shattering the lotus flowers. The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit said that the morning dew was like a bubble, breaking the eternal thunder. On the other hand, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor used the grand illusory spatial lightning to nullify his opponent's lotus blossoming steps evasion technique. Both sides fought back and forth, fighting to their heart's content. With the grand simplicity splendor cloud above his head and saber in hand, Yendi directly faced off against a Buddha who had already attained the great heavenly Buddha fruit. This Buddha was one of the 35 Buddhas of the central blessed lands of Sa, the virtuous splendor Buddha. When the central blessed lands of Sa split apart, a large number of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and unveiling Buddhas perished because of the future Buddha. Most of them left the Western Pure Lands, and the virtuous splendor Buddha was one of them. This Buddha's body was golden in color. His right thumb and index finger were intertwined and placed on his right knee. His left hand was forming a Dharma seal, and he was chanting the Buddha's name. His fingers formed a flower-pinching gesture and pointed towards Yendi. However, the profound Buddhist arts were obstructed by the grand simplicity splendor cloud above Yendi's head. Layers of clouds that resembled a chaotic nebula whose boundaries couldn't be discerned rumbled like a blooming lotus, dispelling the virtuous splendor Buddha's attack. Yendi slashed with his saber, breaking through the layers of Buddha lights, and slashed towards the virtuous splendor Buddha's golden body. While grand virtual realm experts couldn't harm a grand heavenly realm expert, the tyrannical and unrestrained attacks caused the virtuous splendor Buddha to stop in his tracks, making it hard for him to advance. Yendi remained expressionless. He turned around and slashed towards another bodhisattva equivalent to Taoism's grand virtual realm, severing one of his arms. The virtuous splendor Buddha wanted to stop him. However, he discovered that Yendi couldn't do anything to him. As a grand heavenly realm expert, he couldn't even break through the grand simplicity splendor cloud above Yendi's head. He wanted to let Yendi go to the immortal extermination formation. However, Yendi immediately slashed with his saber, obstructing the virtuous splendor Buddha's path, preventing him from taking another step forward. The great strength Bodhisattva frowned slightly upon seeing this. As he waved his palm, boundless Buddha lights filled the heavens and earth like a sea of white flames. However, before the great strength Bodhisattva's Buddha lights could descend, a vast land appeared between him and Yendi. The Buddha lights covered the land, illuminating the world above without a hint of darkness. However, it couldn't penetrate through the land and illuminate the space below. A woman dressed in luxurious clothes appeared before the great strength Bodhisattva and said, "We meet again. Please guide me, Bodhisattva." Earth Queen. The great strength Bodhisattva inhaled deeply and clasped his palms together. Under the illumination of the Buddha lights, the land was scorched and the radiance grew more intense. The woman dressed in luxurious clothes had a calm expression on her face. She blocked the great strength Bodhisattva's attack unhurriedly. Beneath them, the two great formations were clashing. The scales of victory were slowly but surely tilting towards the immortal extermination formation. Yin Zhaoge's familiarity with the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation slowly came into use. Since the immeasurable heavenly lord wasn't here personally, while Yin Zhaoge couldn't break through the Nine Bends Yellow River formation for the time being, he became more and more confident as time passed. The incongruence Divine Mother was refining the immortal ending sword. If she didn't refine the immortal ending sword, she wouldn't be able to leave with it. On the other hand, as long as she could completely refine the ancient sword and get rid of the immeasurable heavenly lord's imprint, Orthodox Taoism would be able to claim the sword for themselves. They would be able to leave and fight whenever they wanted. At that time, the dragon would return to the ocean, and the tiger would return to the mountains. What they were fighting for was this bit of time. The Taoism cultivators only had to block the enemy's attacks. Of course, other than the Buddhists, the demon race was also hiding by the side, waiting to reap the benefits. As such, while Yin Zhaoge and the others were fighting against the Buddhists, they were also constantly on guard against the demon race. The great Taoist Xiandu hugged the Fushi Zither and stood quietly by the side. While the Fushi Zither couldn't be used to attack, the Taoism Heavenly Lord himself wasn't to be underestimated. Taoist Xiandu, you finally stepped into the mortal realm. The Dipankara ancient Buddha looked at him and said slowly, "This tribulation has too many implications. I had no choice but to come." The great Taoist Xiandu answered calmly. Before the Dipankara ancient Buddha could say anything else, flames suddenly surged in front of him. In this battle, the immortal ending sword's problem had determined that Taoism had to defend themselves. However, there were still people who took the initiative. For example, Suo Mingzhong, who appeared in front of the Dipankara ancient Buddha. The short-haired man strode forward and crossed the void. He took the initiative to challenge the strongest expert in the enemy's camp. August Flying Eagle said, P.S. Updated June 13th. Chapter 1596. The ancient Buddha, Randang, had a calm expression. His gaze shifted from the great Taoist master Xiandu to Suo Mingzhong. "Please advise me," Suo Mingzhong said, simply without waiting for Dipankara ancient Buddha to speak. Then a burning fist punched toward the ancient Buddha in the world. Dipankara ancient Buddha stretched out a palm and blocked Suo Mingzhong's fist. As the two sides collided, an extremely heavy feeling leaked out, distorting the space and time of the universe. Even though there was only a section of the heavenly river in front of him, it was still extremely heavy. Countless stars flowed and floated within. But at this moment, when Suo Mingzhong and the Dipankara ancient Buddha exchanged blows, it actually caused the galaxy in front of them to tremble. Due to the influence of the Yellow River of Nine Bends formation, the river water had turned dark and murky. But for a moment, at the spot where the two had exchanged blows, the river water actually became clear again. If one were to look from outside the heavenly river, they would see that the long river, which resembled an angry dragon, suddenly trembled and bent violently, as if it was about to be cut in half. Although the Yellow River of the Nine Bends was disturbed by the immortal extermination formation and its transformations were restricted, the power contained within was still astonishing. The terrifying battle between the two grand heavenly realm experts had almost pierced through the formation. The younger generation will surpass us in time, the Dipankara ancient Buddha said slowly. In the perfect Buddha's light behind his head, a lamp was lit up. As the candlelight swayed, two more lights suddenly appeared next to this one. 3 bright lamps, one purple, one gold, and one gray, stood side by side in the perfect Buddha light behind the head of the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Among them, the golden lamp grew brighter and brighter, illuminating the entire universe. The ancient Dipankara Buddha shone brightly, even more dazzling than the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva. Under the illumination of the Buddha's light, it was as if there were tongues of fire constantly spitting out. The golden flames covered the sky and the earth, filling the universe. His hand, which was holding Suo Mingzhong's fist, became even more powerful. An ocean-like wave of flames swept from all directions and surged towards Suo Mingzhong. Even the crimson flames around Suo Mingzhong's body were ignited by the golden flames, as if they were going to become fuel for the flames. Suo Mingzhong showed no fear on his face as he displayed the profundity of the sky-severing book. There seemed to be an impenetrable, invisible barrier erected around him. The boundless flames that filled the entire universe disappeared without a trace the moment they arrived in front of Suo Mingzhang. There was no intense collision, no weakening from strong to weak. Everything came to a halt in an instant, from being to nothing. It was as if the world had been forcefully divided into two halves. One side was stormy, the other was clear and boundless. Suo Mingzhang slowly raised his other left hand and clenched it into a fist as well. As he did this, the stars that had been hidden in the Milky Way rushed out of the river. Then, Suo Mingzhang swung his fist forward, and countless real stars gathered together. Under the guidance of Suo Mingzhang's left fist, they turned into a destructive torrent and hit the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Countless heavenly flames of the stars were compressed, collapsed, expanded, and exploded. They forcefully opened up a path in the pure golden sea of light, and their target was the ancient Dipankara Buddha. The Buddha sect had emperor masters. You had master, Di Buddha Tian Yangli sect, and Buddha, ancient Buddha, and to master. Buddha, who Tian Buddha sect, Tian sect on. Chun sect, Yang, master Buddha, Yu Buddha, Buddha, Yang, and Buddha Buddha. The stars fell like rain, and Suo Mingzhang's left fist was hidden behind it. It was difficult to know its specific location. In the perfect Buddha light behind the head of the ancient Randang Buddha, another purple flame lamp beside the golden lamp became even brighter. Between his eyes, there were also purple flames leaping about, outlining all sorts of karma in the world, deducing countless things in an instant. Thousands of things in the world seemed to have established a connection in the purple line of fire. There were veins that could be found, and they were displayed in front of the ancient Dipankara Buddha. However, when the purple line of fire extended to a certain range, it was suddenly cut off. The invisible barrier appeared once again, severing the purple line of fire without any reason. Suo Mingzhang's left fist was still unpredictable. It rolled up a storm of meteors and landed on the Dipankara ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha shook his head slightly and retreated. However, Suo Mingzhang's previous right fist changed again. The resplendent starry heavenly flame, Yang Yin, disappeared at this moment, leaving behind only a lonely and cold universe. In this terrifying universe, it was as if the Dipankara ancient Buddha was the only one left. The heat in the cold void disappeared, and it was difficult for new life and things to be born. It was like an eternal grave, burying everything, and even the hope of new life was cut off. It was not the devouring and absorption force like the collapse of the chaotic hole, but the ancient Dipankara Buddha felt that he was trapped here, and it was difficult to leave. The dark void was endless, and the border seemed to be constantly retreating, but he was also moving along the cold border. It was as if he was escaping from the center of the darkness, but it was endless, as if he was sinking deeper and deeper. The ancient Dipankara Buddha frowned and simply stopped, no longer trying to retreat. The golden light in the perfect Buddha light behind his head shone brightly and rose to the peak. The endless golden flame of Buddha light covered the sky and the earth, constantly expanding in all directions, filling up the dark and empty universe in front of him. There was finally some temperature in the void, but soon the golden flame was broken. Suo Mingzhang's left fist finally reappeared. Moreover, it was already within reach of the Dipankara ancient Buddha. The mysterious power of the sky-severing book was not only used for defense, but also for offense. Suo Mingzhang's left fist was invincible, and the defensive force around the ancient Dipankara Buddha was silently disintegrated layer by layer. The ancient and powerful golden body of Buddha lost its luster when Suo Mingzhang's fist approached, like a clay puppet or a wooden sculpture, decayed and fragile. Cultivating the original beginning in reverse. What an anomaly! The ancient Dipankara Buddha looked at Suo Mingzhang quietly. Above his head, a five-colored light suddenly appeared, dazzling and captivating. An extremely heavy power suddenly manifested, not only suppressing the real world, but also suppressing people's spirits, causing them to be paralyzed and unable to move. Under the sky-severing book, Suo Mingzhong opened his eyes and saw many pearls hanging above the ancient Dipankara Buddha's head, falling one after another. Some pearls smashed on Suo Mingzhong's arm, preventing his left fist from moving forward, and some simply smashed towards him. A single pearl was like a layer of heaven, a universe of its own. The most precious treasure, the sea-calming pearl. Suo Mingzhong did not care about one pearl. But at this moment, the 24 sea-calming pearls smashed down one after another, as if it had the power to overturn the universe. The power of the 9 Yellow River Formation and the immortal Slaying Formation was not fully exerted, so even the heavenly river was about to be cut off by the 24 sea-calming pearls. Suo Mingzhong temporarily stopped, punched with both fists, and broke the sea-calming pearls one after another. The ancient Dipankara Buddha took this opportunity to retreat. On the battlefield, the others were also surprised. Since fighting the Emu demon, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, and the Vajra Unbreakable Buddha, Suo Mingzhong rarely appeared in the world for nearly 100 years. However, he amazed the world with a single brilliant feat after many years. Suo Mingzhong fought head-on against the Dipankara ancient Buddha and shocked the world again. Chapter 1597. You've created your own path and explored it independently. You've reached the zenith heaven realm in less than 100 years, but you're already so powerful. I wonder what will happen if you have more time. Dipankara ancient Buddha looked at Suo Mingzhong, who was fighting with the sea-calming pearl, and sighed. Looking at you reminds me of Sun Wukong and Yang Jian. The 24 sea-calming pearls returned to his side, like the 24 heavens, filling the void. After the Dipankara ancient Buddha temporarily restrained its power, the Milky Way flowed a little more smoothly. Suo Mingzhong looked at the sea-calming pearl with interest. He didn't flinch, but was eager to have a try. The ancient Buddha opposite him, on the contrary, put away the light in the perfect Buddha's light behind his head. The purple light and the golden light disappeared, leaving only the gray light. It was neither black nor white. In the gray light, the Buddha of all beings emerged, like all phenomena of reincarnation. That was more profound and mysterious than the Sword Buddha and Chu Su's reincarnation sword scripture. Taoism friend Suo, don't be in a hurry. Dipankara ancient Buddha said lightly, as far as I know, what you care about is martial arts cultivation and exploration, and the struggle for orthodoxy is only secondary. The reason why you hate the celestial court is not for yourself, but because your Taoism companion died in the hands of the celestial court martial artists. Is that true? Suo Mingzhong looked at Dipankara ancient Buddha coldly, without a word. Dipankara ancient Buddha didn't take it seriously and smiled quietly. On the Taoism side, Tai Heavenly Lord of Salvation is in danger, and Emperor Fengdu is not around. No one can break the limit of reincarnation, and Western Heaven still has me and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. If her body and soul are destroyed, and she is doomed eternally, let's not talk about it. But your Taoism companion should still have her slew left, right? His tone was calm, but it shocked everyone like thunder. Although it has been many years, it doesn't mean that there is no chance. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked, whether they were enemies or allies, and looked at Suo Mingzhong. The result of the exchange is not something that Jun Wang would like to see. The short-haired man interrupted the ancient Dipankara Buddha's words calmly. Do you want me to watch her commit suicide and lose her life again? The ancient Buddha fell into silence for a moment. After a while, he shook his head and sighed. That's true. If he wasn't so fierce and resolute, he wouldn't have fallen in the past. Suo Mingzhong did not say much. He looked directly at the Dipankara ancient Buddha and walked forward step by step toward the 24 heavens transformed by the sea-calming pearl. His figure became taller and taller under the flames. At the same time that the ancient Randang Buddha activated the sea calming pearl to fight, he looked at the great Taoist Master Xian Du and the Fushi Zither in his arms. Fellow Taoist Luya, you're scheming. However, the Fushi Zither has limited time. 9 Nether? Great Taoist Master Xian Du's eyes flickered. The ancient Dipankara Buddha smiled, but did not reply. High up in the endless void, far away, as if it was in a different place from the world, there was a jade gate and a white lotus fighting endlessly. On the other side, a green lotus flew over from an unknown direction. Almost at the same time, an ancient bronze bell appeared and clashed with the green lotus. Neither side gave way to the other. While they were entangled, a pitch-black ancient mirror suddenly appeared. Back then, the pitch-black ancient mirror had once fought with the ancient bronze bell. Later on, the green lotus appeared and joined forces with the ancient bronze bell to force the black mirror to retreat. However, their positions had changed now. The pitch-black mirror attacked again. It condensed a pure white mirror light and shone it at the ancient bell. The ancient bell rang, and the sound was deafening. The invisible sound of the bell bounced off the pure white mirror light. The black mirror did not relax and continued to fight with the ancient bell. The ancient bronze bell was blocked by the black mirror. In that case, it could not care about the green lotus. As the green lotus floated, it descended, leaving the endless high ground and descending into the vast void of the mortal world. The battle in the heavenly river was intense. Black winds blew, and sword chi soared into the sky. The entire Milky Way kept distorting, and from time to time, there would be terrifying scenes of water flow being cut off. However, at that moment, the hearts of both parties trembled slightly. Everyone looked in the same direction. At some point in time, a green lotus had appeared in the river. The green lotus had yet to bloom, but the Buddhist chanting immediately became even louder and more shocking. Amitabha Buddha. Everyone's heart trembled. Great Taoist Xian Du raised the Fushi Zither high up. The remaining 3 strings on the zither were trembling nonstop. With a wong sound, another string broke. Radiance lit up and instantly spread to the surroundings, forming an incomparably huge earlier Heaven 8 trigrams diagram, which completely enveloped the entire heavenly river. After being enveloped by the earlier Heaven 8 trigrams diagram, the Buddhist chanting in the heavenly river became much deeper. While the green lotus was still bobbing up and down in the river, it would not bloom for a while. Yin Zhaoge and the others temporarily felt relieved. However, they still felt heavy. Amitabha Buddha, one of the oldest and strongest existences in the world, the master of the Western Pure Lands, and one of the 2 Buddhist patriarchs. This Tao realm bigwig was about to descend upon this place. As his opponent, the Eastern Monarchy would not sit by and watch him descend and take away the immortal extermination formation, unless someone was holding the Eastern Monarch back. To be able to hold the Eastern Monarch back, he would definitely be in existence on the same level as him. Connecting this to the 9 underworlds mentioned by great Taoist Xian Du, the other party's identity was obvious. One of the 9 underworlds' ancestral devils, the vast freedom heavenly devil who was also in the Tao realm. He suddenly made a move and helped the Amitabha Buddha block the Eastern Monarch Tai. Although the Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Monarch Tai, the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha, were holding each other back, the vast freedom heavenly devil himself would not be able to take away the immortal extermination formation. If he did so, the other 4 Tao ancestors would immediately put down their conflict and work together to suppress the vast freedom heavenly devil. Compared to orthodox Taoism, which did not have a Tao ancestor, the 9 underworlds were more feared. Not to mention that the primordial heavenly devil and the doomsday heavenly devil might be involved. However, even if the 9 underworlds didn't take away the immortal extermination formation, it did not mean that they couldn't obtain other reward from this great tribulation in exchange for other items. As such, because of the vast freedom heavenly devil's help, the Amitabha Buddha successfully freed himself and descended upon the heavenly river. Although he was temporarily obstructed by the Fushi Zither, it only lasted for a short while. As time passed, The earlier Heaven 8 trigrams diagram's radiance gradually dimmed, just like before. There are still 2 zither strings left. The Taoism people's hearts sank. Yin Zhaoge turned his head and looked at the incongruence Divine Mother. The incongruence Divine Mother's eyes were closed. She did not speak nor move. It was as if the battle outside had nothing to do with her. She was only concerned about the 2 swords in front of her. One of them was the green duckweed sword's radiance, while the other one was the immortal ending sword's jade radiance, which was getting dimmer and dimmer. Evidently, success was right in front of her. As long as the immortal ending sword's jade radiance dissipated completely, she could bring the sword away or enter the immortal extermination formation. However, at this moment, a demonic wind suddenly blew within the heavenly river. Streams of evil and ferocious demonic chi. Remember the mobile version's website. Chapter 1598. The group of Taoism experts was engaged in an earth-shattering battle with the Buddhist banis of the Western Pure Lands. At this moment, the covetous great demons finally showed themselves. A towering demonic aura permeated the air, causing the heavenly river to become even more turbid and bloody. The celestial splendor of the Taoism heavenly venerables and the Buddha's light of the Buddhas of the Pure Land lit up together. Gusts of demonic wind swept down, revealing the true figures of a group of great demons. Gazing over, Yin Zhaoge saw that the one leading them was a red-robed old man with an ancient appearance. It was the number 2 figure of the demon race, Tao Lord Luya. Just like the ancient Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Luya came personally this time. Next to him stood a golden-winged rock. It was the powerful rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' arrogant gaze swept past Yin Zhaoge and the others. In the end, it landed on the immortal extermination formation, and its gaze grew colder. In the past, his only son, Fuloazi, perished because of Yin Zhaoge and the others' immortal extermination formation. Tao Lord Luya and the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles were flanked by other greater demons, all of them emanating terrifying auras. The yellow wind monster, the 9-headed bug, and the horned head immortal that Yin Zhaoge and the others had fought before were all present. Other than that, there were also other ferocious experts. In particular, there was a white-furred old ape that was as tall and sturdy as a mountain. Its majestic demonic aura was especially eye-catching. The exuberance of his chi and blood was shocking. It was as if he could shatter the void with just his physical strength. The giant ape looked at the 3 golden bodies of the great sage on the battlefield with a complicated look in his eyes. Fellow Taoist Yuan Hong, you're here as well, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor suddenly said. This huge, ferocious white ape was named Yuan Hong. During the ancient investiture of the gods era, his name had shaken the world. He had immense strength and was skilled in physical transformation. He was the most famous monkey demon before the great sage, Heaven's equal. After that, he encountered a calamity and was placed on the investiture of the gods. It was only after this era's great calamity that he was freed and entered the Astro Mountain Starry Sea to cultivate. In recent years, he had only reappeared in the world. During the battle between the Astro Mountain Starry Sea and the Western Pure Lands, Yuan Hong also displayed his prowess, causing the Buddhas of the Pure Lands to be extremely fearful. Today, he had accompanied Tao Lord Luya to the battlefield as well. It's been a long time, Southern Extremity, Lady of Earth. Yuan Hong's gaze swept across the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others before finally landing on the incongruence Divine Mother and fellow Taoist incongruence. Tao Lord Luya's gaze similarly landed on the incongruence Divine Mother and the immortal extinguishing sword, whose jade light was gradually fading. Previously, they were not in a hurry to appear. On one hand, they were observing the situation. On the other hand, they were waiting for the imprint left by the immortal slaying sword to fade away. At this moment, the time was ripe. Although the Mahasvara heavenly demon managed to restrain the eastern monarch Tai, the descent of Amitabha was also delayed by the Fushi Zither. This was the perfect opportunity for the demons to strike. There were only two strings left in the Fushi Zither. To the Taoism and the monster race, time was of the essence. The group of great demons didn't hold back. They immediately rushed towards the immortal extermination formation, as well as Yin Zhaoge, the incongruence divine mother, and the others. One side was filled with Buddhist light, while the other side was filled with demonic wind. Although the two sides were hostile, the Tao Sex people were in a precarious situation with the immortal vanquishing array in the middle. As Yin Zhaoge's North Ocean clone's transformation roared, he swung his rod and forced the victorious fighting Buddha to retreat. Then, he leaped and was about to jump out of the encirclement. At the same time, the other two golden bodies of the great sage did the same. Seeing this, the victorious fighting Buddha didn't stop them. Instead, he sank down and led the group of Buddhas towards the immortal extermination formation. However, at this moment, the great strength Bodhisattva's groan resounded by his ears. Yang Jian, it's you. Amidst the darkened heavenly river, the land that covered the skies suddenly ruptured. A silhouette appeared from within. However, it wasn't the luxuriously clothed woman from before. Instead, it was a young Taoist. The young Taoist laughed and said, "Why wouldn't it be me?" A long, three-pointed, double-edged saber appeared in his hand. With a slash in the air, he broke through the great strength Bodhisattva's boundless Buddha light flames. Then he turned around and instantly appeared in front of the victorious fighting Buddha. Erlang deity, it's been a long time. Upon seeing this, the victorious fighting Buddha could only stop in his tracks. He waved his 18 arms, and various treasures rained down towards Yang Jian. It has indeed been a long time. However, amidst the great sage, heavens equal more than you, traveling monk Sunday, as Yang Jian spoke, the three-pointed double-edged saber in his hand spun in the air. Of the 18 Buddhist artifacts, 12 were deflected and 6 were shattered. Then, his weapon drew another circle in the air. As it slashed toward the 22-headed Buddha in front of him, it also blocked the other Buddhist Bantis who wanted to charge towards the immortal extermination formation. The victorious fighting Buddha took a step back and evaded the sharpness of Yang Jian's weapon. Lotuses appeared under his feet as he shifted his position. Unexpectedly, Yang Jian transformed into a golden-winged roc and quickly caught up to the victorious fighting Buddha. His claws slashed down and tore apart the golden fish scale cloud above the Buddha's head. The great strength Bodhisattva quickly caught up and unleashed the Tao truth of the four truths of Buddhism. Buddhism's ultimate art, the 7 subjects, the 37 Tao grades, the 8 righteous paths, the 4 thoughts, the 4 righteous breaks, the 4 divine limbs, the 5 roots, the 5 powers, and the 7 senses all appeared at the same time. Unexpectedly, the golden-winged roc transformed into a true dragon. As it soared through the 9 heavens, it suddenly opened its mouth. A torrent of water that was almost comparable to the heavenly river beneath everyone's feet gushed out. It was so heavy that it felt as if the heavens had fused with it. In an instant, a large area of Buddha's light and white flames was destroyed. Even with everyone's remarkable abilities, they couldn't help but sigh when they saw this scene. How many years had it been since such a powerful dragon tribe had appeared in this world? The great strength Bodhisattva wouldn't be afraid if a grand heavenly realm water dragon king was here. However, this true dragon was transformed from Yang Jian. Its strength seemed to be even stronger than a real dragon tribe. Under the impact of the torrential flood, even the great strength Bodhisattva's Buddha's light could not withstand it. Yang Jian, the 9-headed bug, roared furiously. Its eyes were bloodshot when it saw its enemy. It ignored the immortal extermination formation below and charged toward Yang Jian. "How many heads are you going to throw at me today?" The true dragon spoke and laughed. The giant dragon's body gradually turned illusory and turned into a projection of light. However, its strength did not diminish. It continued to spit out torrential flood and extinguish the great strength Bodhisattva's Buddha's light. In the projection of light, Yang Jian's figure appeared. His body swayed slightly. All the pores on his body opened up. Vigorous blood, qi rose, and turned into a mist of blood. The mist of blood condensed and turned into a second projection that stood side by side with the true dragon. It was a giant phoenix. When it spread its wings, it covered the sky. As it flapped its wings, a storm surged and went against the nine-headed bug that had manifested the nine-headed ghost chariot divine bird. This bird's name was Grand Gale. It was a primordial, mutated species with extraordinary talents. It controlled storms and directly clashed with the nine-headed bug's nine heavens astral winds. Blood chi rose from Yang Jian's body. The mist of blood condensed and turned into a third projection of light. It was the image of a golden-winged rock. As the rock flapped its wings, Yang Jian's speed was like the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. Time and space were nothing to him. Even in front of grand, heavenly realm opponents, he seemed to be everywhere. Behind the victorious fighting Buddha, the great strength bodhisattva, and the nine-headed bug, Yang Jian's figure appeared at the same time. Chapter 1599. Ascending to the grand heavenly realm, one could do as they pleased, and there was no distance between the heavens. To those below the grand heavenly realm, grand heavenly immortals were omnipresent. However, grand heavenly immortals were able to wear each other down in a mystical manner, and it did not display such profundity. However, there were always exceptions in this world, such as the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles of the demon race, whose godly speed was almost unparalleled among grand heavenly immortals. Yang Jian gave the reason why he said almost in today's battle. At this moment, he seemed to be everywhere in front of his fellow grand heavenly immortals, simultaneously existing in every corner of space. While he was clearly fighting against the grand heavenly immortals, the nine-headed bug clearly saw a second and third Yang Jian appear behind the victorious fighting Buddha and Masthemoprapta Bodhisattva. However, it could clearly sense that there was another person behind it as well. Noticing the danger, the nine-headed bug did not even bother to look back as it immediately stopped its nine heavens astral winds and hurriedly dodged to the side. Not only was it dodging the storm created by the grand heavenly immortal bird, but it was also dodging the threat coming from behind. Even with its quick reflexes, it could not avoid a three-pointed, double-edged blade that came stabbing at its back. The ice-cold blade instantly pierced through one of the nine-headed bug's heads, turning it into a bloody mess. The nine-headed bug was both shocked and enraged as it stumbled and fell. When one of its heads looked back, it saw a fourth Yang Jian smiling at it. On the other side, the victorious fighting Buddha and Mahasthammaraprapta Bodhisattva were also facing a similar situation. I see. At this moment, the Dipankara ancient Buddha, who was fighting with Suo Mingzhang's side, and tossed a small flag out. As soon as the flag was tossed up by the Dipankara ancient Buddha, a white mist floated in the air and golden rays shone brightly. The flag landed and protected the victorious fighting Buddha and Mahasthammaraprapta Bodhisattva, helping them block Yang Jian's attack. When the Taoism and demon race powerhouses saw the flag, they exclaimed in unison, "The Green Lotus Flag." The Green Lotus Flag was a supreme treasure belonging to Amitabha Buddha. In the past, it was on par with the primordial Lord of Heaven's Wuji Apricot Flag, the West Kunlun Jade Pool Queen Mother's White Cloud Boundary Flag, and the Tao Virtue Heavenly Lord's Floating Flame Flag. It was one of the top defensive treasures since ancient times. As soon as the Green Lotus Flag appeared, Yang Jian found it difficult to attack. However, the victorious fighting Buddha, Mahasthammaraprapta Bodhisattva, and the other Buddhist cultivators were unable to withstand Yang Jian's attacks and reached the immortal slaying formation. As soon as he saw the Green Lotus Flag, Yang Jian smiled. The pores on his body trembled, and his chi and blood began to boil. This time, the change in his chi and blood didn't condense into light and shadow. Instead, it was Yang Jian's own body that changed. His body continued to grow taller, and his skin gradually became waxy yellow. Then, the surface of his body began to emit a clear, glass-like radiance. When the others saw him like this, their expressions became a little strange, because at this moment, Yang Jian had shockingly transformed into a golden Buddha that was 30,000 zhang tall. As the Buddha's light circulated, purity appeared naturally, Wisdom was realized, and enlightenment was free. There was a deluge of heavenly flowers, a fragrance pervaded the air, and Buddhist chants accompanied it. Then, the great Buddha flipped his palm over to grab the azure lotus flag, the victorious battling Buddha, Masthemaprapta Bodhisattva, and the others. This action was not meant to harm anyone. Instead, he was using his palm to manifest a world. Buddhist kingdom in the palm, flowers reveal me. As the golden lotuses bloomed, they clustered around the azure lotus flag and the people protected by it. However, they were temporarily unable to rush out and approach the immortal execution formation. Who's more fake, you or the white lotus heretic? The victorious battling Buddha, who had been calm all this while, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yang Jian smiled and didn't answer. As he blocked them, he turned his palm around and struck out at the other demon race members. "Let me fight you." Yuan Hong's figure suddenly expanded, and his body towered between heaven and earth as he faced Yang Jian head-on. The Buddhist kingdom in the palm was still blocking the Buddhist cultivators, but the great Buddha had transformed into a light and shadow. Yang Jian's figure appeared again, and he looked at Yuan Hong with some surprise. He and Yuan Hong were old rivals. They had fought during the ancient investiture of the gods' era, even before he fought the great sage, heaven's equal, and injured the nine-headed bug. Yuan Hong was extremely talented, and he was also proficient in transforming his body. However, this time, he directly revealed his true form and rushed forward to compete with him in strength. This was something Yuan Hong was well aware of. Yang Jian's improvement over the years was far above his. If they were to compete in terms of transformation ability, Yuan Hong was most likely not a match. As such, he might as well display his innate strength and fight with all his might. Yang Jian thought about it and understood Yuan Hong's intentions. He didn't evade and directly clashed head-on with Yuan Hong. Boom! 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 Yang Jian, who seemed to have transformed into a violent ape in human form, clashed head-on with the true heavenly connection giant ape. Punches and kicks flew everywhere, displaying the most primitive and violent battle since the start of the battle. As he raised his hand to block one of the old white ape's claws, Yang Jian lowered his body and fiercely slammed towards the white ape's armpit and chest. Amidst a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sound, as if he had crashed in a Mount Buzhou, Yuan Hong let out an enraged roar and fell backwards. This great demon was also ferocious. He swung his other claw towards Yang Jian. However, Yang Jian gathered the power of the 8-9 Mysteries art and raised his shoulder to take Yuan Hong's attack head-on. His body only shook slightly, and he didn't even take half a step back. After the Great Calamity, Yang Erlang, who had been in seclusion for 10,000 years, finally showed his prowess once again, causing many people present to recall their distant memories. As expected of the myriad war god, even if he's thrown into the 9 underworlds, he should still be able to crush an extinct devil, right? Yin Zhaoge grinned as well. He's an all-round battle machine that ignores the environment and his opponent's traits. While the Buddhist banis were obstructed, the demon race was also displeased. 3 golden bodies of the great sage appeared in front of them. As soon as immortal Qiu Shou saw the Ru-E golden cudgel, he felt a sharp pain in his leg that was previously crippled. Moreover, the 3 golden bodies of the great sage could fuse together to manifest the great sage equaling heaven's true body. The demon race's great sages hated traveling monk's son from the past. However, they were even more fearful of the great sage equaling heavens, who single-handedly defeated the heavenly court. Yin Zhaoge immediately pointed with his finger, and a stream of grand commencement earlier heaven chi flew out. It split into 3 streams of clear air and landed on the 3 golden bodies of the great sage. The yellow wind monster stood up again. He looked at the sun earth and opened his mouth 3 times. Then he exhaled and blew out. Wherever the Samadhi divine wind reached, the 3 streams of clear air released by Yin Zhaoge were immediately diverted. They couldn't land on the golden bodies of the great sage. At the same time, The three giant apes felt their legs floating, and they couldn't open their eyes. Just as the demons let out a sigh of relief, the yellow wind monster was shocked, and chills ran down his entire body. Above him, the space suddenly transformed into a chaotic abyss. A jet-black saber light descended from the abyss without any signs or warnings. Even the surrounding demon race great sages didn't notice it. When everyone realized it, the saber light that could extinguish all creations had already reached the yellow wind monster's head. Because he was the saber light's target, the yellow wind monster was the first to realize it after sensing the deadly killing intent within. He didn't know if he could dodge this saber, so he could only try his best to dodge it. At the same time, he couldn't care less about the three demon monkeys, and was about to unleash the Samadhi divine wind to protect himself. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles was just beside him. As long as he managed to block the yellow wind monster for an instant, reinforcements would arrive immediately. However, a small bell that resembled a bell suddenly rang within the void. When the bell rang, the yellow wind monster stiffened. Cheat! As the saber light descended, its head was instantly separated from its body. Chapter 1600. Within the dark and lightless chaotic abyss, Feng Yunxing's silhouette appeared. With the help of the soul-absorbing bell, she killed a demon race great sage without any prior signs with a single slash. The yellow wind monster, which was considered a ferocious existence among the demon race great sages, had its head separated from its body at this moment. His eyes were still wide open as his head fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open as he died with everlasting regret. Under the Luo Yuan chaos extinguishing saber slash, when it was sliced into two, it also signified the complete annihilation of its soul. After Feng Yunxing's slash, she didn't even bother looking at the outcome of her attack on the yellow wind monster. Her saber immediately drew a graceful arc in the void, changing from a downward slash to a diagonal slash. Clang! In an instant, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles had already arrived by her side. Feng Yunxing's saber successfully blocked the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' attack. After blocking the attack, Feng Yunxing transformed into the chaotic abyss and was about to disappear into the dark void again. After a single attack, she immediately disappeared. She was as tranquil as the abyss. However, once she made a move, it would be earth-shattering. Feng Yunxing had chosen her targets very carefully. Burning Lamp Taoist and Lu Yo were powerful, and they possessed many mysterious techniques. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles of speed was unparalleled. Ambushing them might be successful, but it might also fail. Even if she succeeded, she would only be injured but not killed. As such, Feng Yunxing aimed her most threatening slash at the yellow wind monster. Not only was this demon race great sage powerful, but he could also suppress the great sage equaling heaven's true form formed by three golden bodies of the great sage all by himself. To Yin Zhaoge and the others, the threat posed by this great demon far surpassed the likes of the nine-headed bug and the horned head immortal. In fact, it even surpassed Yuan Hong, the Mahastemaprapta Bodhisattva, the victorious fighting Buddha, and the others. Feng Yunxing had deliberately chosen the most threatening slash to target the yellow wind monster. Then, as expected, her slash succeeded. Since the start of the war, the first grand heavenly realm expert to perish wasn't from Taoism or Buddhism. Instead, it was from the demon race. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles let out an enraged roar. As it flapped its wings, space became chaotic, and it continued chasing after Feng Yunxing. After suffering such a huge loss, the demon race wouldn't allow Feng Yunxing to have a second chance. Not even the rock of cloudy miles could detect the slash in time. If it was him, he might have been able to sense it earlier under the shroud of killing intent. But for the others, at the moment of danger, they could only rely on themselves. However, Feng Yunxing had ascended to the grand heavenly realm, and her three flowers at one's prominence made her powerful in the first place. She then carried out the assassination with all her strength. If one was caught unprepared and suddenly attacked, the number of people who had the confidence to survive including all three tyrants present, was limited. The demon race didn't have a protective treasure like the Azure Lotus flag, so they naturally couldn't resist these sneak attacks. Taking a step back, even if Feng Yunsheng didn't make a move in the future, merely the invisible threat she posed was sufficient to cause others to have misgivings and be unable to act freely. Even the ancient Dipankara Buddha split out 6 sea calming pearls and attacked Feng Yunsheng from all directions to help the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. Sut. Suo of Zhang extended Sut. And Suo Suo song. As the starlight disappeared, the cold, lonely darkness became the ruler. It was like a graveyard that kept expanding, burying the void. Under the shroud of darkness, the 6 sea calming pearls that were smashing towards Feng Yunsheng slowed down by a beat. Without the sea of calming pearls, Feng Yunsheng retracted her saber after exchanging a blow with the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. The abyss of chaos shrunk to a point. It seemed to have lost the concept of space. The last bit of light flickered and was about to disappear. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles snorted. His figure flashed. When he reappeared, there seemed to be more than one golden-winged great rock appearing in different places. Since he couldn't stop Feng Yunsheng, he couldn't let Feng Yunsheng lead him by the nose. Instead, he took the initiative and attacked the Immortal Extermination Formation and the others. Apart from Yang Jian and Suo Mingzhong, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles appeared beside the others. Some attacked Yin Di. Some attacked the southern extremity Longevity Emperor. The 3 golden bodies of the great sage didn't miss. There was even a golden-winged rock that bypassed the people from the Tao sect and headed straight for the immortal vanquishing array. However, Yang Jian's figure suddenly appeared in front of the golden-winged rock and blocked its path. In other places, Yang Jian's figure also flashed to intercept the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles flew into a rage. It flapped its wings and raised its speed to the extreme, shifting through space-time as it battled with Yang Jian. Yang Jian's figure was shrouded by the golden-winged rock's shadow and was unpredictable, not letting the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles have the upper hand. On the other side, the victorious fighting Buddha, Mahastemaprapta Bodhisattva, and the other Buddhist bandies raised the Azure Lotus flag and charged toward the Buddhist kingdom in the palm unleashed by Yang Jian. Yuan Hong, Qiushou Immortal, and the other demons also flew toward the Immortal Execution Formation. Yang Jian's figure shifted in an attempt to block it, but the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles turned around to intercept him. The abyss of chaos reappeared, and the exterminating blade, light, descended once more. Feng Yunsheng's second attack was still untraceable and without warning. The spirit-assimilating bell rang, perfectly coordinating with this assassination strike. Qiushou Immortal's soul only paused for a moment, and the saber light was already above his head. Fortunately, he had already learned his lesson from the yellow wind monster, so the ever-vigilant Qiushou Immortal was not completely defenseless. However, he only had time to tilt his body to dodge for a moment before he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. The destructive saber completely ignored the powerful defense of a top-tier demon's body and cut through Qiushou Immortal's demonic aura and flesh like cutting through tofu. At this moment, a scarlet gold flame suddenly appeared in the void, as if it could burn through the chaotic void. Connate Leaf Fire Essence. It was Dalord Luya who had finally made his move. He stood where he was without moving, but Connate Leaf Fire suddenly appeared around Qiushou Immortal's body and attacked Feng Yunsheng, helping Qiushou Immortal escape. Feng Yunsheng's saber light vibrated and deflected the scarlet gold Connate fire. At this moment, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles suddenly appeared beside Feng Yunsheng. Caught you! The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles shouted and swiped down with both claws. His wings flapped, and a piercing wind blew. He was still wary of Yang Jian's obstruction. I'm the one who caught you. Feng Yunsheng did not retreat this time. The saber light paused for a moment, and instead expanded even further. The dark and lightless abyss enveloped the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles instead. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' body seemed to be tainted by a layer of blurry mist. Within the heavenly river, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' silhouettes dimmed and were on the verge of disappearing. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles sneered. He exerted force with his claws and actually tore a crack in the chaotic abyss. However, Feng Yinsheng did not retreat at all. She raised her saber and attacked with all her might, keeping the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles within the chaotic abyss. The human and the demon shouted in unison and engaged in battle. Without the rock blocking his way, Yang Jian's figure flickered and blocked the other's path once again. However, he did not let his guard down. Instead, he paid attention to Taoist Luya. Other than helping Qiu Shou immortal escape once, this peak bigwig had remained motionless. Only, he seemed to be mumbling something. At this moment, Lord Luya suddenly smiled and tossed out an item. Yin Zhaoge, Yang Jian, and the others looked over and saw that it was a scarecrow. Yang Jian's heart jumped, and his figure flickered, wanting to block it. However, blazing connate fire appeared around Taoist Luya and the scarecrow, burning through space and obstructing Yang Jian's path. Next, Taoist Luya drew his bow and aimed the arrow at the scarecrow. Then, an arrow was shot out. Chapter 1601. Seeing Lord Luya's straw doll and bow, everyone present was shocked. Nailhead 7 Arrows Book. Yin Zhaoge was shocked and almost cursed out. What the hell? Doesn't it take 21 days to take effect? The head-nailing 7 Arrows Book was one of the most famous secret arts in history. During the ancient investitures of the gods' era, Lord Luya had used this art to kill the prime, clear grand, heavenly immortal Zhao Gongming, who was the original owner of the 24 Heavens sea-calming pearls. Even with Zhao Gongming's prowess and treasures, he couldn't escape from the Nailhead 7 Arrows Book. This art was extremely vicious. It was worth mentioning that this art could only be used once in an era. After the ancient era, Middle Era's Dao Lord, Luya never used it again. However, with Zhao Gongming's example, it was enough for everyone to be wary of this evil art. After entering the current era, Dao Lord Luya had always been holding on to this trump card. Today, it had finally appeared once again. Yin Zhaoge and the others were originally wary of this vicious move. However, the Nailhead 7 Arrows Book also had many restrictions. It couldn't be used as one wished. At the same time, this secret art wasn't without any signs. Using it required one to stand on an altar, continuously perform the art, and bow 3 times a day for 21 days. Only then would it take effect. In the past days, the target's soul would be even more unstable. They would be drowsy, restless, and unable to calm down. No matter if it was Yin Zhaoge's group or the Buddhist Banis, none of them had such signs before. As such, no one cared about the Nailhead 7 Arrows Book. Everyone was wary of Dao Lord Luya's other infamous treasure, the immortal slaying flying saber. At least, Yang Jian was constantly on guard. While Great Dao Lord Xian do seem to be holding onto the Fushi zither and didn't intend to enter the fray personally, he was also secretly keeping an eye out. Yang Jian's 8-9 Mysteries art was extremely powerful. He even dared to face Mama Yuri head-on. However, he had a nemesis in the past, which was Dao Lord Luya's immortal slaying flying saber. Although he had some countermeasures, he wasn't sure if he could successfully block it. As such, Yang Jian was constantly on guard. Who knew that Dao Lord Luya would suddenly take out the 7 Arrows Book? What was even more shocking was that this time, he didn't even need to open the altar. He directly drew his bow and shot an arrow at the straw doll. The arrow hit the grass doll between its eyebrows, and blood immediately flowed out of the wound. Within the immortal slaying formation, there was a miserable cry. As Yin Zhaoge looked back, he saw the incongruous Divine Mother collapsing on the ground, with blood gushing out from her forehead. He had the great, overarching heaven immortal physique, which was indestructible and unrestrained. But now, he was like a mortal, sickly, and weak. The prime, clear, direct, lineage bigwig, the incongruous Divine Mother, collapsed weakly onto the ground at this moment. Her aura was weak, as though she was on the verge of death. Being in the Immortal Extermination Formation, although the Immortal Extermination Formation was restricted by the Yellow River of Nine Bends Formation, and she was still ambushed, the Incongruence Divine Mother did not die immediately. But the Celestial Extinguishing Sword and Qing Ping Sword that were suspended in the air in front of her trembled slightly. Although it did not fall, there were still some remnants of the jade light on the Celestial Extinguishing Sword. It had not been completely refined. However, Yin Zhaoge and the others felt even more fearful. No matter if the Incongruence Divine Mother success rate was the highest, Tao Lord Luya had used the secret art that could only be executed once in an era. It was impossible that he did not have other plans. As expected, within the dark river water, demonic qi suddenly overflowed. A huge golden-whiskered turtle surfaced from the water surface and silently approached the Immortal Extermination Formation. The huge turtle transformed into a black-clothed Taoist with a long beard and a black face. He wore a black robe, had a silk belt around his waist, and was about to jump into the Immortal Extermination Formation. "Black Cloud Immortal!" The Incongruence Divine Mother exclaimed softly. Just like the Dragon Head Immortal, the Spirit Tooth Immortal, the Golden Light Immortal, and the others, he was a great demon that had attained the Tao. During the Ancient Era, he was taught by the Lord of Numinous Treasure. During the Ancient Era's investiture of the Gods' Great War, the Black Cloud Immortal was captured by the Western sect's second cult master, Taoist Junti. After many twists and turns, the world changed. After the Black Cloud Immortal escaped, he joined the Astro Mountains Starry Sea. Previously, even during the war between the demon race and the Western Pure Lands, he never showed himself. No news about him leaked out, and the outside world was unaware of his whereabouts. Now that he appeared, he was aiming for the Immortal Extermination Formation. Taoist Incongruence, you're lucky to have escaped death. Rest at the side. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding the last bit of our relationship and smashing you with my hammer. As the Black Cloud Immortal yelled, he was about to step into the Immortal Extermination Formation. He spat out seals from his mouth. As they revolved, they seemed to have fused with the formation. Originally, the Black Cloud Immortal didn't recognize the Immortal Extermination Formation's formation diagram and various arts. However, other than the orthodox Taoism, the 9 underworlds obtained the Immortal Extermination Formation's formation diagram due to Zhang Buxu's remnant. After scheming and trading, the Astro Mountain Starry Sea also had some gains. Now, the Black Cloud Immortal wanted to seize the opportunity to seize control of the Immortal Extermination Formation. Tao Lord Luya's Nailhead 7 Arrows book that defeated the Incongruence Divine Mother, who was also a grand heavenly realm, was precisely creating an opportunity for the Black Cloud Immortal. However, before the Black Cloud Immortal could enter the Immortal Extermination Formation, a heaven-shaking roar resounded behind him. A demonic aura that was even more violent and domineering than him formed a ball of golden demonic clouds behind him. Within the clouds, a demon monkey that was much larger than Yuan Hong was about to appear. Great Sage equaling heaven. Even though the Black Cloud Immortal was stronger than Immortal Qiu Shou, Immortal Spirit Tooth, and the others, his scalp went numb. However, at this moment, Taoist Lord Luya said, "Even without Yellow Wind, I'm still waiting for you." After shooting an arrow at the straw doll, he flipped his palm, and a gourd appeared on his palm. The mouth of the gourd emitted a ray of light that was more than 30 feet tall. Within the light, an object appeared. It had eyebrows, eyes, and a pair of wings. 2 rays of white light shone from its eyes, instantly enveloping the demon monkey in the golden cloud. At the moment when the demon monkey was about to appear under the protection of the golden light, it was interrupted by the white light, and its mind was immediately dazed. As the light flickered, the giant demon monkey reverted back to the form of the 3 golden bodies of the great sage. It was the treasure that everyone was wary of, the Immortal Extermination Flying Saber. Seeing this, Yang Jian took a deep breath and appeared to block the Black Cloud Immortal. However, Taoist Lord Luya did not continue to use the immortal extermination flying saber to slash at the monkey. Instead, he immediately retracted it, and the gourd in his hand spun, retracting the white light that enveloped the golden bodies of the great sage. His next target was not Yang Jian, but Feng Yunsheng instead. Helpless, Feng Yunsheng could only face the attack with the abyss of chaos, blocking the white light that could freeze one's primordial spirit. However, this way, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles was freed. The rock flapped its wings, going against Yang Jian in every way. Yang Jian's three-pointed, double-edged saber swept horizontally, trying to force the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles back. However, as Taoist Lord Luya's gourd spun, the white light aimed at Yang Jian again. The famous killing weapon had not seen any blood, but it had an extremely strong restraining effect. Yang Jian's body shook, and his physical body nourished his spirit. Golden light flashed in his primordial spirit, and a golden lotus bloomed. The golden lotus swayed, preventing the immortal extermination flying saber from freezing him. The reverse flow revealed a bit of the defensive treasure Wuji apricot yellow flag. However, being enveloped by the white light, although Yang Jian did not fall unconscious, the changes in his mind slowed down. In this way, he could not help but miss the black cloud immortal and the immortal extermination array. Chapter 1602. Seeing that the black cloud's immortal was about to enter the array, great Taoist Master Xian Du frowned. He wanted to stop it, but the connate Taiji diagram that enveloped the Milky Way Valley had completely dissipated. The green lotus floating quietly in the river was about to bloom. On the Fushi zither, a Wang sound rang out again. As the third string snapped, a new innate Tai Chi art emerged and shrouded the heavenly river again. At this point, the Fushi zither once again won a short moment of time. However, there was only one string left. Everyone on the battlefield was fighting even more fiercely. The gourd in Lord Luya's hand spun repeatedly. The sharpness of the immortal slaying flying saber's final strike was restrained by him. However, the domineering power of the immobilizing and bewitching technique was pushed to its limits. After the white light circled around Yang Jian's body, it shrouded the three golden bodies of the great sage, causing them to feel dizzy. Feng Yunsheng let out a long breath of turbid air and no longer hid in the void. Instead, she strode forward and slashed straight at the immortal slaying gourd in Lord Luya's hands. The black blade light and the white light emitted from the mouth of the gourd reflected off each other. The black light turned sharp, while the white light trembled. Compared to Yang Jian, Feng Yunsheng was much more adept at dealing with this unique treasure. Under the threat of the Luo Yuan Chaos Destroyer Blade, she tried to cut through the white light. However, a Tantian white ape caught up to Feng Yunsheng and blocked her way. Feng Yunsheng's saber light was ruthless and tyrannical, but the old white ape in front of her wasn't someone ordinary people could compare to. Earlier, Yuan Hong had been badly beaten up by Yang Jian, but that was because Yang Jian had not only mastered everything he was good at, but had also crushed him in all aspects. But against people other than Yang Jian, Yuan Hong's omnipotent transformation technique was revealed. Combined with his boundless strength, he was also one of the top experts of the demon race. When he started fighting with Feng Yunsheng, it was hard to tell who would win or lose in an instant, but Feng Yunsheng was unable to get close to Lord Luya. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles focused on finding trouble with Yang Jian. Although he was no match for Yang Jian, on the other hand, Yang Jian was also attacked by the Buddhist experts. Lord Luya did not personally take action. Instead, he oversaw the entire situation and deployed a group of demon experts to search for an opportunity. Great Taoist Master Xian Du, who had been hugging the Fushi zither and did not personally attack, was his focus. The immortal slaying flying saber retracted and released. As it circulated, it threatened everyone. Even the Buddhist supremacies were wary of that terrifying white light. Suo Mingzhong frowned, but he couldn't let go of the Dipankara ancient Buddha in front of him. Otherwise, The ancient Dipankara Buddha definitely wouldn't have joined forces with him to deal with Tao Lord Luya. Instead, he would have used him to block Tao Lord Luya, while the ancient Buddha would go after the immortal extermination array himself. Although Yang Jian had verified that he was not completely powerless against the immortal slaying flying saber, there was still the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles and other opponents by the side, preventing him from truly fighting Tao Lord Luya. He wanted to release the victorious fighting Buddha, Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, and the other Buddhist venerables. Under normal circumstances, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles would have gone to intercept the Buddhist cultivators. The demon clan and the Buddhist sect were also rivals in the fight for the immortal extermination formation. However, the problem was that the victorious fighting Buddha and the others had the green lotus flag in their hands. Apart from Yang Jian's Buddha kingdom that was able to trap them with his Buddha kingdom, the victorious fighting Buddha and the others could just ignore the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles and charge straight into the immortal slaying formation. Not even Tao Lord Luya's immortal slaying saber would be able to do anything to them. If they were to charge into the immortal execution array, the consequences would be worse than if the Black Cloud's immortal was alone. Therefore, Yang Jian could only suppress the victorious fighting Buddha and the other Buddhist bandies while fighting the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. At the same time, he had to be careful of Luya's immortal slaying flying saber. Just as Tao Lord Luya looked majestic and intimidating for a moment, the heavenly river before him suddenly shook slightly once more. 6 beams of starlight lit up in the void, and the murderous aura of weapons filled the air. A stern-looking man wearing a crown and Taoist robes, just like the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, appeared. When the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor saw him, his expression was calm, as if he wasn't surprised at all. "You're here, fellow Taoist?" The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, who was fighting against the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, sighed. "Fellow Taoist North Star, you still came after all." The people present were the top experts of the Taoist, Buddhist, and demon sects, so they naturally recognized the man's identity. It was one of the 4 imperials of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. It had always been on par with the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the Earth Queen. North Star, Upper Palace, Heavenly, Sovereign Emperor. He was one of the few surviving Taoism Heavenly Lords after the Great Calamity. Due to their differing views, he parted ways with the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the Incongruence Divine Mother, and the others. In the past, after Yin Zhaoge wreaked havoc in the Immortal Court forcefully attacked the Tao universe and the world beyond worlds as revenge with the support of the Western Pure Lands. Ever since then, the North Star Emperor rarely appeared, and his whereabouts were unknown. During today's battle, almost all of the Taoism experts were mobilized. Even the great Taoist Xiandu, who usually resided in the Tishita Palace, was here. However, the North Star Emperor still didn't appear. Everyone thought that the North Star Emperor wouldn't come. However, this Taoism Heavenly Lord still came. His arrival caused Taoist Luya to frown. It wasn't because of the North Star Emperor's cultivation. Instead, it was because Taoist Luya had never forgotten something. The North Star Emperor had a treasure in his possession. It was the jade-clear, primordial Heavenly Lord Grandmaster's 3 treasures jade scepter. Just like how the Incongruence Divine Mother couldn't directly wield the green duckweed, the North Star Emperor couldn't truly wield the 3 treasures jade scepter. However, to Taoist Luya, this was a huge threat. Order. As expected, the moment the North Star Emperor appeared, he immediately cupped his hands without saying a word. A jade scepter flickering with purple, white, and golden colors flew into the sky. It transformed into a ray of radiance and crashed towards Taoist Luya. Taoist Luya wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. The radiance's target wasn't him. Instead, it was the gourd in his hand. The 3 treasures jade scepter transformed into a stream of radiance and plugged the gourd's mouth. The white radiance was instantly interrupted, and the gourd fell from Taoist Luya's hand uncontrollably. It floated within the dark river, and its movements were erratic. The North Star Emperor used the 3 treasures jade scepter to block Taoist Luya's immortal slaying flying saber. Previously, he had always avoided antagonizing the immortal court. In fact, he even helped the immortal court against the blessed lands of the White Lotus. When others saw him dealing with the demon race's Taoist Luya, they couldn't help but feel suspicious. However, the North Star Emperor immediately challenged the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit as his opponent. He replaced the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor to obstruct the Black Cloud's Immortal in the Immortal Extermination Formation. It might seem like an unnecessary action, but his intentions were clear. Without the Immortal slaying Gord's threat, Yang Jian and the others immediately launched a counterattack. Upon seeing this, Taoist Luya had no choice but to step forward and personally take action. However, what welcomed him was a loud roar. Luya! The three golden bodies of the great sage roared in unison. Within the Immortal Extermination Formation, Yin Zhaoge could finally unleash the One Chi's 3 Clears transformation without any reservations. 3 streams of clear cheese were unleashed, fusing with the 3 golden bodies of the great sage. As the radiance shone brightly, the roaring heaven supporting ape finally reappeared within the world. Chapter 1603. Within the Immortal Extermination Formation, the incongruence Divine Mother covered her bleeding forehead and fell to the side. Her aura was weak. Gao Qingxian left her clone behind to stabilize the Immortal Extermination Formation together with Yin Zhaoge, while she replaced the incongruence Divine Mother and continued refining the Immortal Ending Sword's Jade Radiance with the green duckweed sword. When she opened up the roving Jade Heavens in the past, she had come into contact with the Qingping sword. However, her cultivation level was far inferior to the incongruence Divine Mother after all, so her refining speed was much slower. Fortunately, there was not much Jade light left, and it finally began to fade bit by bit. After the Black Cloud's Immortal entered the formation, he was just getting used to the changes in the formation when the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor caught up to him. With Yin Zhaoge and Gao Qingxian connecting to the formation, while the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor didn't recognize the Immortal Extermination Formation, he had a much easier time compared to the Black Cloud's Immortal. As the two fought against each other, Yin Zhaoge and Gao Qingxuan's clone continued pushing the Immortal Extermination Formation circulation, suppressing the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation. With the North Star Emperor using the Triratna Jade Scepter to deflect Daolord Luya's immortal slaying flying saber, Yin Zhaoge immediately executed the Grand Commencement Divine Finger, reversing the One Chi's 3 Clears transformation. 3 streams of clear chi flew out of the Immortal Execution Formation and merged with the 3 golden bodies of the Great Sage. As the demonic aura soared into the sky, the golden demonic clouds appeared once again, and a tyrannical roar came from the clouds. The Great Sage, Heaven's equals true body, appeared in the mortal world. He had a hairy face and a thunderous mouth. He wore a phoenix feather purple gold crown on his head, a golden chain armor on his body, and a pair of lotus silk cloud-walking shoes. As he spun the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand, the sky above his head and the yellow springs below his feet, his aura ferocious and lawless. Luya! The giant monkey roared. Now, I'll let you pick up the immortal slaying flying saber. Let's fight. Daolord Luya sighed. It's useless even if I pick it up. I can't get rid of the Triratna Jade Scepter in such a short time. However, even though you've manifested the true form of the great sage equaling heaven, you're still not at your peak. I'll give it a try. As he spoke, golden red flames ignited around his body, piercing through the void. The Xiantian life fire blazed forth as a golden red sun rose up above Daolord Luya's head. That sun was even hotter and larger than the actual sun. The shadow of a black, 3-legged bird appeared in the sun. With the appearance of the great sun golden crow, the world seemed to have returned to the primordial times as boundless heat spread out. When the water of the vast heavenly river, which previously contained the rise and fall of thousands of stars, came into contact with the starry heavenly flame, not to mention boiling or evaporating, even its temperature barely changed. However, Now that the great sun Golden Crow had appeared above Dowlord Luya's head, the surrounding water temperature seemed to be gradually rising. The Golden Crow flew towards the giant ape, setting off a trail of fire. Hey! The giant ape was shocked. With one hand holding onto the Rui Jingu Bang, the other claw swiped towards the great sun Golden Crow's neck. The huge claw accurately grabbed the Golden Crow's neck. The innately fire essence that could pierce through Taishur's emptiness turned into waves of fire that engulfed the giant ape. But in the sea of fire, his eyes were like stars. No matter how the flames raged, he didn't even blink. The terrifying claw tightened its grip and crushed the golden red sun that the Golden Crow had transformed into. The area around Dowlord Luya's body was constantly being filled with liquefier essence. Brilliant suns soared up one after another, crashing toward the monkey. The monkey let out a long howl and swung his cudgel. Not even a sound could be heard in the void before it had already collapsed. With a single cudgel strike, the dark but majestic heavenly river's flow was almost cut off. The great sun Golden Crows that were soaring in the air were all crushed. There were only scattered innate flames and primordial chaos left in the universe. The monkey raised a Rui Jingu Bang, and with a leap, he arrived before Dowlord Luya. Dowlord Luya's figure changed, and Buddhist chants reverberated through the world, turning into the image of a great Buddha. A circle of perfected Buddhist light appeared behind the great Buddha's head. It was bright red and resembled a great sun. Amidst the Buddhist chants, the great Buddha exuded an unparalleled might, as though he could grasp everything in the world in his palm and rule over the past, present, and future. It was Dowlord Luya's Buddhist incarnation, Vairocana. The Vairocana Buddha pushed out with both palms, and an incomparably ferocious force was displayed. It was even more domineering and majestic than the Vajra supreme art of the Buddhist sections. The might of Vairocana Buddha could be seen clearly as his palms clashed head-on against the great sage, Heaven's equals Rui Jingu Bang. However, the monkey was still more violent, and the Rui Jingu Bang was more ferocious. The rod came crashing down. Although the Buddha managed to block it, its body suddenly became shorter. As the monkey roared, he struck repeatedly with his staff, raining down like raindrops. Every time Vairocana Buddha blocked, he would shrink a little. In the blink of an eye, the majestic Buddha's figure had shrunk by more than half of what it was when he first appeared. Cracks finally appeared on the two Buddha palms that seemed to be able to grasp the world, and they began to extend toward his arms and body. The monkey swung his staff again and swept it out, instantly sending Vairocana Buddha rolling on the ground. Golden light dispersed, and Dowlord Luya's figure appeared. He looked at the Rui Jingu Bang in the monkey's hands and sighed. He said to the victorious fighting Buddha, "The consequences of being beaten to death by him in the immortal court back then would be worse than losing this weapon to him. He doesn't have the Rui Jingu Bang, and you don't have the immortal slaying flying saber. You still won't be able to defeat him." The victorious fighting Buddha sighed as well. "At least hold on a little longer, right? After all, his time is limited." Dowlord Luya shook his head. The monkey hollered and picked up the Rui Jingu Bang, striking at Dowlord Luya again. The sun that Dowlord Luya transformed into reflected rays of rainbow light in the air. In an instant, the sun disappeared. Only the rainbow light escaped far away, avoiding the ferocious sky-bearing ape. "TSK, TSK, TSK." The monkey sneered and clicked his tongue. With a sway of his body, he leaped into the air and turned into a golden demonic cloud, chasing after the rainbow light that was fleeing into the distance. Dowlord Luya's speed was extremely fast. His teleportation was not much inferior to the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. However, he could not shake off the monkey and was chased around by the monkey with the Rui Jingu Bang. The rainbow light and the golden cloud shifted around the heavenly river. The monkey struck left and right, causing the heavenly river to tremble and almost sever a few times. The situation between the two was completely reversed at this moment. Back then, Dowlord Luya's immortal slaying flying saber had intimidated everyone and helped the demons gain the upper hand. Now, he was being chased around by the monkey. Not only was the monkey chasing after him, it even had the time to deal with other opponents. Wherever the golden cloud passed, a staff would suddenly descend. Immortal Chiu Shou, the nine-headed bug, Yuan Hong, and even the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the Buddha of sandalwood merit, and other mighty figures of the Buddhist sects were all on tenterhooks. They were constantly wary of the Rui Jingu Bang that suddenly appeared. Apart from the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles who relied on his speed, and the victorious fighting Buddha, and the others who relied on the green lotus flag, everyone else was suffering. The monkey did not even have to stop intentionally. He just struck a few times as he passed by. He smashed one of the nine-headed bug skulls. He knocked out all of Immortal Chiu Shou's teeth. He overturned the Buddha of sandalwood merit's golden lamp relic.